Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Past of Garrick Ollivander. Oh, a new visitor from the woods. Welcome. Are you a lost wanderer, tired from a long journey? Then join me, sit beside the fireplace, and let me tell you some stories that may soothe your mood as you regain your strength. You all set? Good. Let's start the story with the enigmatic wandmaker, whose slender fingers have crafted the conduits of magic for countless witches and wizards across Britain. A man who remembers every wand he has ever sold, and whose silvery eyes seem to peer not just at you, but through you, into the very essence of your magical potential. Garrick Ollivander's origins stretch back far beyond the quaint little shop at Diagon Alley, where many young witches and wizards first experienced the thrill of finding their perfect magical match. The Ollivander family's wand-making tradition dates back to 382 BC, making them one of the oldest wizarding families in Britain, with a continuous craft. Their Roman ancestry is reflected in their name. Ollivander is believed to be a corruption of the Latin phrase meaning, "he who owns the olive wand," suggesting their early experimentation with olive wood, though this material would later be abandoned for more magically conducive woods. Imagine walking through ancient Rome, where a young Ollivander ancestor might have crafted wands in secret, during times when magic was both revered and feared. The family knowledge passed down through generations, each wand maker adding their observations, their discoveries, their unique understanding of the mysterious connection between wand and wizard. Garrick himself was born to Gervase Ollivander, a respected wand maker in his own right, who had maintained the family's reputation for excellence. Young Garrick showed an exceptional sensitivity to magic from an early age. It is said that he could sense the magical properties of different woods simply by touch, a rare gift even among wand makers. Picture a small boy with wide, curious eyes, running his fingers over various wood samples in his father's workshop, identifying rowan from ash, cherry from maple, without ever looking at them. As he grew, Garrick's education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry only deepened his fascination with the art of wand-making. A Ravenclaw, naturally, his brilliant mind and creativity found a home in the House of Wisdom. During his school years, he would spend hours in the library, researching ancient wandlore texts, many of which had been written by his own ancestors. The restricted section held particular allure for him, with its tomes on the deepest aspects of wand magic, some bordering on the forbidden. Upon graduation, Garrick apprenticed under his father, as was tradition in the Ollivander family. But unlike many who simply follow in their parents' footsteps, Garrick was determined to revolutionize wand-making. The workshop became his laboratory, where he conducted countless experiments on wand cores and woods, seeking the perfect combinations that would create the most powerful and responsive wands. It was Garrick who refined the family practice to focus exclusively on 3 supreme cores: dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, and unicorn hair. Before him, Ollivanders had used a wider variety of cores, including Vela hair, which Garrick deemed temperamental. His decision to limit the cores was not based on convenience or tradition, but on years of careful observation and experimentation. He believed these 3 cores produced the most consistent, powerful, and reliable wands. Picture the young wand maker, working late into the night by candlelight, carefully extracting a silver-white unicorn hair, and placing it inside a precisely carved channel in a length of cypress wood. His slender fingers, already developing the permanent calluses that would mark him as a master craftsman, sealing the wand with ancient spells, his voice a whisper in the otherwise silent shop. Ollivander's revolutionary approach extended beyond cores to the relationship between wand and wizard. While many wand makers before him had crafted wands to order, designing them for specific customers, Garrick firmly established the philosophy that the wand chooses the wizard. This seemingly simple idea represented a profound shift in wand lore, recognizing wands as quasi-sentient entities with preferences and affinities of their own. The shop at number 7, Diagon Alley, which Garrick inherited from his father, became a place of wonder and sometimes trepidation for young witches and wizards. Imagine stepping inside for the first time, the bell above the door announcing your arrival with a gentle chime. The air heavy with dust and magic, thousands of narrow boxes piled high to the ceiling, and there, emerging from the shadows, the wand maker himself with those unsettling silvery eyes that seemed to evaluate your very soul. Ollivander's memory became as legendary as his craftsmanship. He could recall every wand he had ever sold, not just the specifications, but the witch or wizard who purchased it. Years could pass between encounters, yet he would greet returning customers with details of their wand purchase, as if it had happened just yesterday. This remarkable ability served him well in his craft, but also made him an invaluable, if sometimes reluctant, source of information during both wizarding wars. Indeed, the wars cast dark shadows over Ollivander's long life. During the First Wizarding War, he likely lived in fear of what his creations were being used to accomplish in the hands of Death Eaters. For a wand maker who believed so deeply in the bond between wand and wizard, it must have been agonizing to know that wands he had crafted with love and care were being used to torture and kill. But it was the Second Wizarding War that brought Ollivander directly into the conflict. In the summer of 1996, he vanished from his shop, leaving behind signs of a struggle. The wizarding community was shocked and alarmed. Ollivander's had been a constant presence on Diagon Alley for centuries, and its sudden closure represented a frightening escalation in the war. Picture the abandoned shop, dust gathering on the countertops where once eager young witches and wizards had stood trembling with excitement. The thousands of wand boxes, each containing a potential magical partnership, left untouched in the darkness. On the street outside, witches and wizards would hurry past the darkened windows, casting uneasy glances at the shop that had been a cornerstone of magical Britain for generations. The truth, as Harry Potter and his friends would eventually discover, was that Ollivander had been kidnapped by Lord Voldemort himself. The Dark Lord sought information about the strange connection between his wand and Harry Potter's, the twin cores of Phoenix Feather, both from Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox. This rare phenomenon, known as Priori Incantatum, had saved Harry during their confrontation in the graveyard after the Triwizard Tournament. Imagine Ollivander held captive in the cellar of Malfoy Manor, his slender frame grown even thinner, his silvery eyes dulled by fear and poor treatment. The wandmaker, who had spent his life creating instruments of magic and wonder, forced to provide knowledge that would help the darkest wizard of all time extend his reign of terror. Voldemort also demanded information about the Elder Wand, the legendary unbeatable wand from the tale of the three brothers. Ollivander admitted to the Dark Lord that he had never personally examined the Elder Wand, but believed it to exist. This information set Voldemort on his quest to locate and claim the wand, ultimately leading him to desecrate Albus Dumbledore's tomb. During his captivity, Ollivander was forced to create a new wand for Peter Pettigrew, and later, after Voldemort appropriated Lucius Malfoy's wand, which was subsequently destroyed in the chase from Privet Drive, he was made to analyze why the borrowed wand had failed against Harry Potter. His inability to provide satisfactory answers nearly cost him his life. After months of imprisonment, Ollivander was rescued by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, along with Luna Lovegood, Dean Thomas, and the goblin Griphook. He recovered at Shell Cottage, the home of Bill and Fleur Weasley, where he crafted new wands for Luna and Dean to replace those they had lost during their own capture. Even in his weakened state, recovering from months of mistreatment, the wandmaker continued his craft. Picture him sitting by a window overlooking the sea, the salt breeze bringing some color back to his pallid cheeks as his fingers, still deft despite everything, carefully work a length of wood. His expression one of deep concentration and, perhaps, relief at being able to create rather than destroy. After the war, it is believed that Ollivander returned to his shop in Diagon Alley, though whether he fully resumed his business remains uncertain. Some sources suggest he may have trained an apprentice or family member to continue the Ollivander tradition, passing on the centuries of knowledge that he carried. Throughout his long career, Ollivander developed something of a reputation for his fascination with unusual and powerful wand combinations. He was known to sometimes create wands that even he considered dangerous in their potential, such as the yew and phoenix feather wand that chose Tom Riddle, later known as Lord Voldemort. After selling that particular wand, Ollivander would later remark to Harry Potter that he had expected the owner to do great things. Terrible, yes, but great. This raises intriguing questions about Ollivander's personal philosophy regarding wand-making and magic. Did he view his role simply as a facilitator, creating tools without moral judgment about their use? Or did he perhaps believe that the greatest magic, even dark magic, represented important aspects of wizarding achievement? The wand-maker himself never clearly addressed these questions, maintaining an air of professional neutrality that only deepened his mysterious reputation. What we do know is that Ollivander approached wand-making as both an art and a science. He conducted careful experiment throughout his career, constantly seeking to refine his understanding of how different woods and cores interact, how the length and flexibility of a wand reflect the character and magical style of its owner, and how wands develop their own loyalties and preferences over time. His contributions to wand lore extended beyond his craftsmanship. Ollivander wrote extensively on the subject, documenting his findings for future generations of wand-makers. Some of his papers on the properties of different wand woods are considered definitive texts in the field, describing in meticulous detail how woods from ash to yew interact with different magical temperaments. As we draw our exploration of Garrick Ollivander to a close, take a moment to imagine him in his dusty shop, surrounded by thousands of wands, each containing potential magic waiting to be unleashed by the right witch or wizard, his thin face illuminated by a single lamp as night falls over Diagon Alley, carefully measuring a length of wood, or noting down observations in a leather-bound journal that will one day join countless others in the Ollivander archives. In many ways, Ollivander represents the mysterious heart of wand lore itself, this ancient magical discipline that connects witch and wizard to their magical ability through a deeply personal instrument. His life's work reminds us that magic, at its core, is about connections and partnerships between wizard and wand, between craft and creativity, between knowledge preserved from the past and innovations for the future. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. If you were to step into Ollivander's shop tomorrow, what wand might choose you? What would those silvery eyes see in you that would guide him to bring down just the right narrow box from his towering shelves? And what might that choice reveal about the magic that lies within you, waiting to be awakened? Chapter 2. The Curse of Lycanthropy. Shadows stretch long across ancient forests as moonlight filters through gnarled branches. Within the wizarding world, few conditions inspire as much fear, fascination, and misunderstanding as lycanthropy, the magical affliction that transforms humans into werewolves under the full moon's glow. Tonight, as stars twinkle overhead, we shall explore the origins, experiences, and societal impact of this most misunderstood magical condition. The origins of lycanthropy are shrouded in the mists of magical history. Ancient wizarding texts suggest the curse first appeared in medieval Europe, though some scholars argue for even earlier manifestations. The earliest documented case dates to 1280 in northern Germany, where a wizard named Hartwin of Bremen was recorded as suffering from the monthly affliction of taking wolf form. This account appears in the surviving fragments of Monstrum Magicae, a treatise on magical afflictions written by the healer witch Clothilde of Saxony. The magical nature of lycanthropy has puzzled wizarding researchers for centuries. Unlike animagi, who undergo a voluntary and controlled transformation, werewolves have no control over their condition. The transformation is triggered invariably by the full moon, suggesting an ancient connection between lunar magic and this particular curse. Some magical historians believe lycanthropy originated as a punishment spell cast by a powerful dark wizard against an enemy, which then spread like a contagion when its victims bit others. Imagine walking through a medieval village on the night of a full moon. Doors are barred, windows shuttered, and protective charms murmured as families huddle inside. Outside, in the darkened woods, a terrible transformation begins. This is the reality that has spawned centuries of fear and folklore surrounding werewolves, both in wizarding and muggle communities. The physical transformation itself is perhaps the most agonizing aspect of lycanthropy. As the full moon rises, the afflicted witch or wizard begins to experience excruciating pain as their body reconfigures itself. Bones crack and elongate, the spine curves, the face extends into a snout, and coarse fur sprouts from every pore. Their hands twist into clawed paws, while their teeth sharpen into deadly fangs designed to rip and tear. Most distressing of all, their minds cloud over as human consciousness retreats, replaced by the predatory instincts of the wolf. Remus Lupin, perhaps the most well-documented case of lycanthropy in modern times, described the transformation as every bone breaking and reshaping, every muscle tearing and reforming. The physical toll is so severe that many werewolves appear sickly and prematurely aged in their human form, their bodies never fully recovering from the monthly ordeal. Picture Lupin's tired eyes and gray-streaked hair, despite his relatively young age, a visible manifestation of his condition's burden. Beyond the physical torment lies an even deeper suffering, the psychological impact of lycanthropy. Imagine knowing that once a month you become a creature that would happily tear apart those you love. The fear of harming others leads many werewolves to extreme isolation, retreating from society to protect those around them. This self-imposed exile often leads to depression and despair, compounding the already heavy burden of their condition. For youngsters afflicted with lycanthropy, like Remus Lupin was at the tender age of 4, the condition shapes their entire development. Children who would otherwise attend Hogwarts with excitement instead face the terrifying prospect of transformation within school grounds. Before Wolfsbane Potion, such children were rarely permitted to attend wizarding schools, their education and future prospects severely limited through no fault of their own. The discrimination faced by those with lycanthropy extends far beyond education. Throughout wizarding history, werewolves have been subject to restrictive legislation, social ostracism, and sometimes violent persecution. The Werewolf Code of Conduct of 1637 required werewolves to register their condition with the Ministry of Magic and confine themselves during full moons, reasonable safety measures perhaps, but ones that exposed individuals to public identification and the prejudice that inevitably followed. More draconian was the Werewolf Registry established in 1947, which required all werewolves to not only register, but submit to monthly monitoring. This registry, while ostensibly created for public safety, effectively created a second-class citizenship for those afflicted. Imagine the humiliation of being required to report your movements, restricted from certain areas, and subjected to surprise inspections, all while trying to maintain some semblance of a normal life. Employment discrimination has perhaps been the most devastating aspect of werewolf prejudice. Historical records show that as recently as the 1990s, over 90% of registered werewolves were unemployed. Employers feared hiring werewolves not only due to their monthly absences, but from misguided beliefs about their character and temperament. The anti-werewolf legislation pushed through by Dolores Umbridge in the 1990s made it nearly impossible for werewolves to find legal employment, driving many into poverty and desperation. Picture Remus Lupin, highly educated and talented, reduced to wearing shabby patched robes and living in near poverty because no one would hire a werewolf. His brief tenure as a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts ended not because of incompetence. Indeed, he was regarded as one of the finest teachers to hold the position, but because his condition became public knowledge, triggering a wave of parent complaints that forced his resignation. This widespread discrimination has had tragic consequences for the werewolf community. Throughout history, some werewolves, embittered by their treatment at the hands of wizarding society, have chosen to embrace their condition and use it as a weapon against those who shunned them. No figure exemplifies this path more than Fenrir Greyback, the notorious werewolf who deliberately positioned himself near victims during full moons, particularly targeting children. Greyback represents the darkest potential outcome of societal rejection. Turned away by the community that should have helped him manage his condition, he instead chose to exact revenge by creating more werewolves. His philosophy that werewolves deserve to live free of hiding, preying on humans in retribution for their mistreatment, gained followers among those most devastated by discrimination. Imagine the twisted logic: if society will treat you as a monster regardless, why not become the monster they fear? Yet not all historical figures with lycanthropy chose Greyback's path. Among the most notable was Lyle Howell, an 18th-century werewolf who became an advocate for werewolf rights and founded the first sanctuary where those with lycanthropy could transform safely, away from potential victims, but also free from the indignity of cages or restraints. The Howell Sanctuary in the Scottish Highlands operated for nearly a century before ministry regulations forced its closure in 1872. Another significant figure was Eliza Finchworthy, a werewolf and potioneer who dedicated her life to finding treatments for lycanthropy in the early 1900s. Though she did not discover a cure or create wolfsbane potion, her research laid crucial groundwork for later developments. Picture Finchworthy in her laboratory, meticulously documenting the effects of various ingredients on werewolf symptoms, working through the pain of her own monthly transformations in hopes of helping others with her condition. Throughout the centuries, various treatments for lycanthropy have been attempted, most with limited success. In medieval times, amulets of silver were thought to calm the werewolf's aggression, though in reality, they often caused painful burns to the wearer's skin without affecting the transformation. The Holmorphous charm, claimed by Gilderoy Lockhart to cure werewolves, has been thoroughly debunked as either a fabrication or, at best, a temporary measure that eases a single transformation but does not affect the underlying condition. A significant breakthrough came with the development of wolfsbane potion in the 1970s by renowned potioneer Damocles Belby. While not a cure, this complex potion allows werewolves to maintain their human mind during transformation. Imagine the profound relief of retaining your consciousness, of being able to curl up as a harmless wolf, rather than becoming a deadly predator, hunting for human flesh. The potion represented the first real hope for werewolves to live something approaching a normal life. Unfortunately, wolfsbane potion's complexity and expensive ingredients have kept it inaccessible to many werewolves, particularly those already impoverished by employment discrimination. The potion must be taken for each of the 7 days preceding the full moon, and a single missed dose renders the entire treatment ineffective. Additionally, the main ingredient, aconite, also known as monkshood or wolfsbane, is both rare and toxic, requiring expert handling during brewing. Beyond wolfsbane potion, no significant medical advances have been made in treating lycanthropy. The condition remains classified as incurable, though research continues at institutions like St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where a small department is dedicated to lycanthropy studies. Some modern magical researchers have begun exploring connections between Muggle genetic science and magical conditions, though such cross-disciplinary approaches remain controversial in conservative wizarding circles. The experience of transformation varies somewhat among werewolves. Some report maintaining vague impressions or emotional states from their wolf form, while others have no memory of their time transformed. Without wolfsbane potion, all werewolves lose their human consciousness during transformation, though some evidence suggests that with repeated transformations, the wolf form may retain certain emotional connections to people. The human form cares deeply about, similar to how animagi maintain their human thinking while in animal form. The physical appearance of transformed werewolves differs from natural wolves in several key aspects. Werewolves have shorter snouts, more human-like eyes that show green or amber rather than yellow, tufted tails, and a more upright posture, allowing for occasional bipedal movement. Their howl is also distinct from natural wolves, containing a mournful quality that experienced wizarding naturalists can identify immediately. These differences allowed the Ministry of Magic to distinguish between genuine werewolf attacks and incidents blamed on werewolves, but actually caused by natural wolves. Contracting lycanthropy occurs through a single method, being bitten by a transformed werewolf during a full moon. Bites from werewolves in human form do not transmit the condition, nor do scratches from transformed werewolves. The magical nature of the condition means it can only pass through the specific combination of werewolf saliva, entering the bloodstream during the full moon. Once infected, there is no known way to prevent the first transformation at the next full moon. The severity of symptoms varies between individuals. Some werewolves, like Remus lupin, experience extreme fatigue and illness in the days leading up to and following the full moon. Others report increased sensory perception, particularly smell and hearing, throughout the month, with these senses becoming almost painfully acute as the full moon approaches. Increased appetite, irritability, and restlessness are common symptoms across all documented cases. Society's treatment of werewolves reflects our deepest fears about losing control and the thin line between humanity and bestiality. The tragedy of lycanthropy lies not just in the physical suffering it causes, but in how it serves as a mirror reflecting our capacity for cruelty toward those who differ from us. The werewolf, human most of the time, but transformed involuntarily into something other, becomes a powerful metaphor for societal exclusion of all kinds. After the Second Wizarding War, tentative steps were taken toward improving conditions for werewolves. Under Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt, anti-werewolf legislation was repealed, and discrimination in employment was officially prohibited. The Werewolf Support Services within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was expanded, offering free wolfsbane potion to registered werewolves who could not afford it. Yet cultural attitudes change more slowly than laws. Many werewolves still hide their condition, fearing social ostracism even in this more enlightened era. The stigma persists, particularly among older wizarding families who were raised on centuries of werewolf horror stories. True equality remains a distant dream for many with lycanthropy. Hermione Granger's work in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and later in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, included advocacy for werewolf rights, building on the foundation laid by Remus Lupin's own quiet dignity in the face of discrimination. Their efforts, along with those of many unnamed werewolves who chose to register publicly despite the potential consequences, have gradually shifted perceptions. As moonlight fades and our exploration of lycanthropy draws to a close, we might reflect on what this condition teaches us about the wizarding world and our own. In the monthly transformation of the werewolf, we see the struggle between humanity and animal nature, between rational thought and primal instinct, between the individual and their uncontrollable circumstances. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. If magic itself cannot distinguish between the worth of a person with lycanthropy and one without, what does that reveal about the artificial divisions we create among ourselves, magical or muggle? Chapter 3. The Hospital Wing and its Remedies. Soft candlelight flickers against stone walls, illuminating rows of pristine beds with crisp white linens, the gentle clink of glass vials, and the soothing aroma of healing herbs create an atmosphere of calm vigilance. Few places within Hogwarts Castle combine practicality and compassion, quite like the hospital wing, where countless students have found healing under the watchful care of Madame Poppy Pomfrey. The hospital wing's origins date back to the very founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry over 1,000 years ago. Historical accounts suggest that Helga Hufflepuff, known for her exceptional healing abilities, insisted on the creation of a dedicated space for treating magical maladies and injuries. The location, on the castle's first floor, with tall windows allowing abundant natural light and fresh air, was specifically chosen for its healing properties. Imagine the hospital wing in those early days, when magical medicine was still developing. The stone floors would have been covered with fresh rushes, changed daily and often infused with herbs believed to prevent illness. Helga herself likely tended to students, using remedies passed down through generations of healers, combining magical knowledge with herbal wisdom. Over the centuries, the hospital wing evolved alongside advances in magical healing. The medieval period saw the introduction of more sophisticated potions and healing spells, moving beyond simple herbal remedies to more targeted treatments. By the Renaissance, the hospital wing had established connections with pioneering healers across Europe, incorporating their discoveries into Hogwarts medical practices. The modern hospital wing as we know it took shape in the late 19th century, when Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black, despite his generally unsympathetic nature, authorized a complete renovation of the facility. This renovation expanded the wing's capacity to 20 beds, added a private office and quarters for the school matron, and incorporated the latest developments in magical healthcare, including specialized cabinets for storing sensitive potions at precise temperatures. The physical layout of the hospital wing reflects its dual purpose as both infirmary and teaching space. The main ward consists of 2 rows of beds, each with privacy screens that can be drawn when needed. Large windows along both walls ensure excellent ventilation, crucial not only for patient comfort but for dispersing the occasionally noxious fumes of certain healing potions. At the far end stands Madame Pomfrey's office, strategically positioned to allow observation of the entire ward. Above the entrance to the hospital wing hangs the ancient symbol of magical healing, a wand and bone crossed. This emblem, dating back to Egyptian wizarding traditions, represents the integration of magical power, the wand, with knowledge of the physical body, the bone. Students entering the hospital wing pass beneath this symbol, often unaware of its millennia-old significance in the history of magical medicine. No discussion of the hospital wing would be complete without honoring its most dedicated guardian, Madame Poppy Pomfrey. Though her exact tenure as Hogwarts matron remains unspecified in historical records, we know she served for at least several decades, caring for multiple generations of students with unwavering dedication. Picture Madame Pomfrey moving efficiently between beds, her crisp white apron always immaculate, her calm demeanor soothing anxious patients. While stern when necessary, particularly with students who neglected her instructions or attempted to leave before fully recovered, her compassion never wavered. She treated each patient with equal care, whether they suffered from a simple case of flu powder-induced dizziness or life-threatening injuries from a rogue bludger. Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise extended far beyond basic healing. She demonstrated proficiency in treating complex magical ailments that would challenge even specialists at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. From regrowing entire bones after they'd been erroneously removed, to reversing partial human-to-animal transfigurations gone awry, her capabilities were truly remarkable for a school nurse. Her training likely included both formal education, possibly at St. Mungo's renowned healing academy, and apprenticeship under previous Hogwarts matrons. The position of school healer at Britain's premier magical institution would only be entrusted to someone with exceptional qualifications and abilities. Throughout her service, Madame Pomfrey continued to expand her knowledge, keeping abreast of developments in magical medicine through professional journals and correspondence with colleagues. The remedies employed in the hospital wing range from simple to extraordinarily complex. Among the most frequently used is Pepper-Up Potion, the standard treatment for colds and mild flu. Anyone who has visited the hospital wing during winter months would recall the amusing sight of students with steam pouring from their ears, the potion's distinctive side effect. Despite this comical appearance, the remedy works remarkably well, typically clearing congestion and restoring energy within hours. For more serious ailments, Madame Pomfrey relied on blood-replenishing potion, a vital treatment for injuries involving significant blood loss. The deep crimson liquid, tasting faintly of iron and sweetened with honey to make it more palatable, can restore blood volume faster than the body's natural processes. In severe cases, multiple doses might be administered over several hours, with the patient's color visibly improving with each treatment. Broken bones, a common result of Quidditch accidents and misadventures in the castle's moving staircases, were typically treated with Skelegro. This notoriously unpleasant remedy, described by Harry Potter as burning on the way down and causing great discomfort as bones regenerate, nonetheless works remarkably well. Minor fractures can be mended almost instantly with the appropriate healing spell, but more complex breaks require the potion's thoroughness. Sleep and its healing properties are highly valued in magical medicine. Dreamless Sleep Potion provides exactly what its name suggests: deep, restful sleep without the disturbance of dreams. This purple, slightly viscous liquid is carefully dispensed, as overuse can lead to dependency. Madame Pomfrey typically reserved it for patients suffering from traumatic injuries or severe emotional distress, allowing their minds and bodies to heal without psychological interference. For treating the effects of magical creatures, the hospital wing maintains specialized remedies. Bubotuber Pus, properly diluted, effectively heals severe acne, while the essence of Murtlap soothes wounds and reduces scarring. Mandrake Restorative Draught represents perhaps the most remarkable example of this category, the only known remedy for petrification caused by a basilisk's indirect gaze. Imagine the hospital wing during the Chamber of Secrets crisis, when several petrified students, and even the ghost, nearly headless Nick, lay motionless in beds screened off from general view. Madame Pomfrey would have monitored them constantly, ensuring their still forms were regularly shifted to prevent complications, while Professor Sprout's mandrakes matured to the point where they could be harvested for the restorative potion. The preparation of Mandrake Restorative Draught illustrates the collaborative nature of healing at Hogwarts. While Madame Pomfrey oversaw patient care, she worked closely with Professor Severus Snape, the potions master, who brewed the more complex medicinal potions. Professor Pomona Sprout in herbology cultivated essential plants, from common ingredients like lavender and valerian root to more exotic specimens such as bubotuber and, of course, mandrakes. Beyond physical remedies, the hospital wing employs numerous healing spells for various conditions. The Episci charm mends minor injuries almost instantly, useful for broken noses or small cuts. More severe wounds might require the Vulnera Sanenter spell, which stops bleeding, cleans wounds, and knits tissue back together when properly cast. For addressing fevers, cooling charms could be applied directly to a patient's forehead or incorporated into the bedsheets themselves. In cases where conventional treatments prove insufficient, the hospital wing maintains a supply of specialty items. Bezoars, stone-like masses found in goat stomachs, can counteract most poisons when administered promptly. Phoenix tears, exceedingly rare and precious, possess extraordinary healing properties for the most grievous wounds, even those caused by basilisk venom. Such items are kept secured in Madame Pomfrey's private stores, used only in the most dire circumstances. The hospital wing functions not merely as a treatment center, but as a sanctuary within the sometimes chaotic environment of Hogwarts. Students recover not only from physical ailments, but from the emotional and psychological impacts of magical mishaps. The peaceful atmosphere, combined with Madame Pomfrey's no-nonsense approach to visitors and strict enforcement of rest periods, creates an environment where true healing, both physical and emotional, can occur. For particularly serious cases, The hospital wing includes a small isolation room where patients can be monitored more intensively. This room, with its enhanced privacy and specialized equipment, allows for the treatment of highly contagious magical ailments or conditions requiring constant supervision. During Remus Lupin's time as a student, this room was occasionally used for his recovery, following particularly difficult full moon transformations. Not all conditions treated in the hospital wing are the result of accidents or illness. Some arise from deliberate actions, pranks gone wrong, forbidden duels in corridors, or experimentation with unauthorized magic. In these cases, Madame Pomfrey maintained a strict policy of providing treatment without judgment, though she was known to express her disapproval through pointed comments and sighs. Her primary concern always remained the students' well-being, regardless of how foolishly they had come by their condition. Records suggest that certain families became particularly familiar with the hospital wing due to their propensity for misadventure. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, were frequent visitors, both as patients and as visitors, checking on the results of their experimental products. Harry Potter's numerous stays became something of a hospital wing legend, prompting Madame Pomfrey to joke about reserving him a special bed. Neville Longbottom's early clumsiness with practical magic resulted in many minor injuries requiring treatment. Despite Madame Pomfrey's considerable skills, some conditions exceeded even her capabilities, necessitating transfer to St. Mungo's Hospital. Such cases typically involved extremely rare magical maladies, spell damage from particularly powerful or obscure curses, or injuries requiring specialist knowledge unavailable at Hogwarts. The decision to transfer a student was never taken lightly, considering both the disruption to their education and the concern it would cause among family. The relationship between Hogwarts Hospital Wing and St. Mungo's Hospital illustrates the tiered approach to healthcare in the wizarding world. The hospital wing functions as a primary care facility, handling common ailments and injuries, while St. Mungo's provides specialized treatment for more complex cases. This parallel mirrors the Mungo healthcare system's division between general practitioners and hospital specialists, demonstrating similar approaches to medical organization across magical and non-magical societies. Beyond its practical function, the hospital wing serves as an educational resource for students considering healing professions, particularly dedicated students, such as those hoping to become healers after graduation, sometimes receive permission to observe or assist with basic treatments. This early exposure to medical magic provided valuable experience for future careers at St. Mungo's or other healing institutions. Throughout the tumultuous events at Hogwarts during the rise of Lord Voldemort, the hospital wing remained a constant, a place of healing amidst increasing darkness. Following the Battle of the Astronomy Tower, and later, the Battle of Hogwarts, the hospital wing expanded beyond its physical boundaries, with makeshift treatment areas established in the Great Hall to accommodate the many injured. During these crises, Madame Pomfrey worked tirelessly alongside volunteers, embodying the finest traditions of magical healing. The legacy of Hogwarts Hospital Wing extends far beyond the castle walls. Many former patients, remembering the care they received during vulnerable moments, went on to careers in healing professions. Others carried with them lessons in compassion and service, exemplified by Madame Pomfrey's dedication. In this way, the influence of this unassuming wing of the castle ripples through the wizarding world, touching lives for generations. As our exploration of the hospital wing concludes, envision yourself lying in one of those comfortable beds, the gentle evening light filtering through tall windows as Madame Pomfrey administers a final potion before night falls. The quiet rustle of her apron, the soft clink of bottles being arranged for morning rounds, and the distant sounds of the castle settling create a cocoon of safety and recovery. As you drift towards sleep, consider this: what healing balm might the hospital wing offer for your deepest wounds, those invisible injuries we all carry beneath the surface of our daily lives? Chapter 4. The Enchantment of Chocolate Frogs. The gentle patter of rain against leaded glass windows creates a perfect backdrop for our next journey into the wizarding world's delightful mysteries. Tonight, we turn our attention to a seemingly simple confection that captures the whimsical essence of magical Britain, a treat that hops from hand to hand before delighting the taste buds. Let us unwrap the story of chocolate frogs, those enchanted sweets that have brought joy to generations of young witches and wizards. The history of chocolate frogs begins not with a confectioner, but with a charms master. Cicéron Harcus, a notable wizard of the early 18th century, had developed a particular interest in combining culinary arts with magical animation. Historical records from the archives of magical confectionery suggest that Harcus initially created animated chocolate creatures as an educational tool for his young children, bringing their bedtime stories to life in an edible form. What began as a father's creative entertainment soon caught the attention of Broderick Crumpet, an enterprising wizard who owned a small sweet shop in Diagon Alley. Recognizing the commercial potential of Harcus's animated chocolates, Crumpet approached the charms master with a business proposition. Together, they refined the enchantment process and selected the frog as their signature form, amphibians being relatively simple to animate while still providing the delightful hopping motion that would become the product's trademark. Picture the early development stage, Harcus and Crumpet working late into the night in the back room of the sweet shop, surrounded by failed attempts, chocolate creatures that moved too slowly, melted too quickly, or hopped with such vigor that they escaped entirely. The delicate balance of charm work and confectionery required countless adjustments, with Harcus modifying his animation spells, while Crumpet perfected a chocolate recipe that could maintain its shape while accommodating magical energy. The first chocolate frogs debuted at Crumpet's confectionery in 1717. These early versions were considerably larger than modern chocolate frogs, and capable of only a single rather dramatic leap before becoming ordinary, though delicious, chocolate. They sold for 3 nuts each, and quickly became a favorite among the children visiting Diagon Alley with their parents. The enchantment process that brings chocolate frogs to life has remained largely unchanged over 3 centuries, though certain refinements have improved their performance and shelf life. The creation begins with the chocolate itself, a proprietary blend of cocoa sourced primarily from magical plantations in Ghana and Brazil, where the beans grow in proximity to certain magical flora that infuse them with greater receptivity to enchantment. The chocolate must be tempered precisely, with variations in temperature no greater than half a degree during the critical crystallization phase. Master chocolatiers oversee this process, using wands specially designed for culinary magic that allow for minute adjustments impossible with standard wand work. The tempered chocolate is then poured into molds carved from enchanted maple wood, which imprints the initial matrix for the animation charm into the chocolate's very structure. As the chocolate sets, the first layer of enchantment is applied, a modified version of Harcus's original animation charm, cast not directly on the chocolate but on the air surrounding it. This allows the magical energy to gradually infuse the confection rather than shocking it with sudden animation, which would cause the delicate structure to collapse. The frogs rest for 24 hours in a controlled environment where this magical energy saturates them completely. The second phase of enchantment involves a complex charm that creates what magical confectioners call bounded animation, movement that follows specific parameters, and crucially, has a predetermined endpoint. This prevents the unfortunate scenario of chocolate frogs endlessly hopping away from their would-be consumers. Modern chocolate frogs are enchanted to make between 1 and 4 hops, depending on their size and quality, before the charm dissipates and they become ordinary chocolate. Imagine standing in the enchantment chamber of the chocolate frog factory now owned by Honeyduke's Sweet Shop, following their acquisition of Crumpet's confectionery in 1842. Rows of perfectly formed chocolate amphibians rest on marble slabs as master enchanters move among them, wands weaving intricate patterns, while they murmur the specialized incantations that bring the confections to life. The air shimmers with magic, and occasionally a prematurely animated frog makes a break for freedom, causing apprentice enchanters to scramble in pursuit. The final stage of production involves packaging, a process requiring its own specialized magic. Each chocolate frog is carefully placed in a pentagon-shaped box bearing the famous blue and gold design. These boxes contain a stasis charm that prevents the animation spell from activating until the package is opened, ensuring that the frog's first leap occurs at the precise moment of the consumer's choosing, or, frequently, when the consumer is unprepared, resulting in the familiar scenario of chocolate frogs escaping down train corridors. The introduction of collectible cards in 1926 transformed chocolate frogs from a popular sweet to a cultural institution. The idea came from Claudius Honeyduke himself, who noticed how young customers lingered over displays of famous witches and wizards postcards sold near his checkout counter. By including collectible cards featuring magical celebrities with each chocolate frog, Honeyduke created not just a confection but a pastime that has engaged young witches and wizards for generations. The earliest cards featured relatively straightforward portraits and minimal biographical information. The subjects remained stationary, as moving photographic techniques were still developing. By the 1940s, however, the familiar format had been established, a moving portrait on one side, with a short biography on the reverse, all on cards, enchanted to resist chocolate stains and typical childhood handling. The production of these cards involves its own complex magical processes. Each portrait is created by specialist magical photographers who must capture not just the image, but something of the essence of the subject. The photographs are developed in a solution containing extract of clabbered pustules, which creates the characteristic natural movement of wizarding photographs while enhancing their durability. The biographical information is added through an automated quick quotes quill system that maintains consistency of style across the collection. The selection of subjects for chocolate frog cards has occasionally generated controversy. The Committee for Chocolate Frog Card Worthiness, established in 1972, meets quarterly to evaluate nominations. Their deliberations are famously secretive, but leaked minutes from a 1980 meeting revealed heated debate over whether Order of Merlin recipients should automatically qualify for inclusion. They ultimately decided against this policy, preferring to evaluate each case individually. Notable exclusions have caused public outcry over the years. The committee's refusal to feature Celestina Warbeck, despite her immense popularity, led to a boycott by her fan club in 1987, while the delayed inclusion of Newt Scamander, until after the international success of his book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, was widely criticized as commercially motivated rather than merit-based. Conversely, some inclusions have raised eyebrows. The committee's decision to feature Yorick the Oddball, famous primarily for wearing a jellyfish as a hat, over more substantive historical figures has been cited as evidence of bias toward entertaining rather than educational content. Defenders of the committee point out that maintaining children's interest in collecting the cards serves a stealth educational purpose, introducing young witches and wizards to historical figures they might otherwise never encounter. The enchantments on the cards themselves have evolved over time. Early cards simply showed the subject moving within the frame, adjusting glasses, nodding to the viewer, or performing a signature gesture. By the 1960s, enhanced charms allowed subjects to leave their frames briefly, though a boundary bind prevents them from wandering into other cards or the physical world. Modern cards include interaction capabilities. Asking the subject questions will elicit pre-programmed responses based on known facts about the historical figure. The collectible nature of the cards has created its own subculture within the wizarding world. The rarity scale, common, uncommon, rare, very rare, and the coveted ultra-rare, drives passionate collecting. Certain cards achieve legendary status. The Ptolemy card that eluded Ron Weasley for so many years is classified as ultra-rare, with only 25 cards in circulation. The rarest of all, featuring Ignotus Pivarel, has only 5 known examples, one of which sold at auction in 1999 for an astonishing 700 galleons. Trading clubs exist at most wizarding schools, with Hogwarts Chocolate Frog Card Club, meeting bi-weekly in an unused classroom on the third floor. Young collectors develop sophisticated trading strategies, and temporary alliances form and dissolve as students work to complete their collections. The beginning of each school year sees a flurry of trading activity as summer acquisitions enter circulation within the school population. Beyond collecting for completion's sake, some enthusiasts focus on specific categories, famous potioneers for instance, or graduates of their Hogwarts house. Others collect multiple copies of favorite cards, with some dedicated Dumbledore admirers reportedly possessing over 50 duplicates. Specialized collecting albums, with pages that automatically sort cards by era or achievement type, are popular gifts for serious young collectors. The cultural impact of chocolate frog cards extends beyond mere collecting. Many wizarding historians credit the cards with sparking their initial interest in magical history. Augustus Rookwood, curator of the Museum of Wizarding History in London, famously attributed his career choice to the chocolate frog card of Gondoline Oliphant he received on his 7th birthday. Her triumph over the troll colony of Lancashire made me realize history wasn't just dates and goblin rebellions, he told the Daily Prophet in a 1992 interview. It was people doing extraordinary things. Educational facilities have recognized this influence. Hogwarts professors occasionally reference the cards in lessons, using students' familiarity with certain historical figures as a foundation for deeper learning. Professor Binns, despite his detachment from contemporary teaching methods, has been known to perk up, relatively speaking, when students connect his lecture material to figures they recognize from their collections. The global expansion of chocolate frogs has introduced interesting regional variations. American chocolate frogs, produced under license by Sweetwater Confections since 1926, feature larger frogs with a more pronounced leap but less complex flavor, reflecting different continental tastes in chocolate. The Japanese market, entered in 1980, offers mini chocolate frogs in elegant packaging, with cards featuring Asian magical historical figures largely unknown to Western collectors, creating a thriving international trading network. The enchantment process itself varies slightly in these international versions. American chocolate frogs incorporate a subtle sound charm that produces a realistic ribbit with each hop, while the Japanese mini frogs are enchanted to leap in graceful arcs rather than the traditional forward hop of the British original. Australian chocolate frogs, introduced in 2001, can survive significantly higher temperatures without melting, through the incorporation of cooling charms within the chocolate itself, an innovation that British manufacturers have yet to successfully replicate. Throughout their long history, chocolate frogs have remained remarkably consistent in their fundamental appeal. The marriage of delicious chocolate with magical surprise, and the thrill of discovering which card lies within each package. Children who once chased escaping chocolate amphibians down the corridors of the Hogwarts Express now buy them for their own children, passing down collecting tips and trading strategies to the next generation of wizarding youth. The chocolate frog represents more than just a sweet treat. It embodies the playful spirit of magical Britain. In a world where practical enchantments handle everything from housework to transportation, chocolate frogs remind us that magic can be, perhaps should be, simply delightful. Their continued popularity speaks to the wizarding community's appreciation for small wonders, for magic that exists solely to bring joy rather than fulfill necessity. As we conclude our exploration of this beloved confection, imagine unwrapping a chocolate frog package of your own. Feel the weight of the pentagon-shaped box in your palm, hear the rustle of the wrapping, and anticipate the moment when the lid is lifted and your chocolate amphibian makes its bid for freedom. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. Which historical magical figure might appear on your card, and what forgotten achievements might you discover through this seemingly simple suite? Chapter 5. The Ban on Experimental Breeding. The crackling flames of distant dragonfire illuminate the night sky, while strange howls echo through forgotten valleys. Throughout magical history, wizardkind's curiosity has led to both wondrous discoveries and terrifying creations. Tonight, we delve into one of the wizarding world's most significant regulations, a law created not from political ambition, but from necessity, born of chaos, the ban on experimental breeding. Long before the establishment of formal magical governance, wizards and witches experimented freely with the creation and modification of magical creatures. Ancient magical texts describe Egyptian wizards breeding sphinxes with enhanced riddle capabilities, while Celtic magical communities developed the first neasels by selectively breeding especially intelligent wild cats with naturally occurring minor magical creatures. These early efforts, while sometimes problematic, generally remained within manageable boundaries. The true dangers of unrestricted experimental breeding became apparent during what magical historians now call the Chaos Century, a period spanning roughly from 1304 to 1404, when magical innovation outpaced wisdom and restraint. This era saw the creation of many of the most dangerous magical creatures known today, as well as countless failed experiments whose suffering was mercifully ended by their creators, or, in more troubling cases, by specialized teams of wizards assembled specifically to contain magical breeding disasters. Imagine walking through a medieval village suddenly terrorized by a chimera, a beast with the head of a lion, body of a goat, and tail of a dragon, capable of breathing fire and impervious to most simple spells. Such a creature was reportedly created by the notorious dark wizard Ecrisdes in 1357, released near a coastal settlement in Cornwall that was completely destroyed before a team of 27 wizards managed to subdue the beast. The chimera remains one of the most dangerous known magical creatures, with a Ministry of Magic classification of XXXXX known wizard killer, impossible to train or domesticate. Or consider the tragic case of the quintet, believed to be the result of a transfiguration experiment gone horribly wrong. According to legend, the MacLiverts, a wizarding family on the Isle of Dreer, transformed their rivals, the Macboons, into five-legged carnivorous beasts as part of a long-standing feud. The transformed Macboons then devoured the MacLiverts, leaving no one to reverse the transfiguration. While this particular tale may be more folklore than fact, similar incidents documented during the Chaos Century demonstrated the very real dangers of combining transfiguration with breeding experiments. As the wizarding world began establishing more formal governance structures in the late 14th century, controlling experimental breeding became an early priority. The predecessor to the Ministry of Magic, the Wizards' Council, issued increasingly urgent advisories against certain breeding practices, but with limited enforcement capabilities, these were largely ignored by determined experimenters working in remote locations. The first substantial legislation came in 1419, when the Wizards' Council passed the Dangerous Creatures Restriction Act, which required registration of any intentionally bred magical creature with novel characteristics. However, this early attempt at regulation proved ineffective, as it relied on self-reporting and established no real consequences for non-compliance. Experimental breeding continued largely unabated, particularly in more remote wizarding communities. The turning point came in 1428, with the Nottinghamshire basilisk catastrophe. A wizarding family attempting to create a controllable basilisk instead produced a specimen of unprecedented size and aggression. Before the creature was finally destroyed, it had caused the deaths of 43 people, both magical and muggle, and created a crisis of secrecy that nearly exposed the entire wizarding world. The incident galvanized the magical community, leading to calls for comprehensive regulation. This public outcry resulted in the ban on experimental breeding, enacted by the Wizards' Council in 1431. This landmark legislation prohibited the creation of new breeds of magical creature through any means, including, but not limited to spellcasting, potion administration, or selective breeding of existing magical species. Violations were punishable by substantial fines, confiscation of all breeding materials and specimens, and in severe cases, imprisonment. The ban was revolutionary not only in its scope, but in establishing one of the first truly enforceable magical regulations The Wizards' Council created a dedicated enforcement division, the forerunner to today's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, with powers to investigate suspected breeding operations and neutralize dangerous creations. For the first time, experimental breeders faced real consequences for their activities. Imagine the early enforcers of the ban, wizards and witches specially trained in containing magical creatures, apparating to remote locations based on reports of strange noises or unusual magical signatures. These brave individuals often faced unpredictable, unique creatures with unknown magical abilities, requiring quick thinking and exceptional defensive magic skills. Many lost their lives in these early enforcement efforts, their sacrifices largely forgotten by modern wizarding society. The initial implementation of the ban faced significant resistance. Some pureblood families claimed ancestral rights to continue traditional breeding practices, while magical researchers argued that the blanket prohibition would stifle important magical discoveries. A notable protest occurred in 1437, when a group of 12 prominent magical researchers barricaded themselves in a fortified laboratory in the Scottish Highlands, continuing their breeding experiments in defiance of the new law. Their standoff with council enforcers lasted 38 days before their containment spells failed, releasing several partially transformed creatures that the protesters themselves helped to recapture, effectively ending their resistance. Over time, the severity of the ban has been moderated through a series of amendments and exceptions. The first significant revision came in 1520, establishing a permit system for controlled experimental breeding by qualified researchers working under ministry supervision. These permits were exceedingly difficult to obtain, requiring extensive documentation of safety precautions, containment measures, and research objectives deemed beneficial to wizarding society. Notable permitted exceptions have included the development of the Antipodean Opali dragon breed in the 17th century, a controlled crossbreeding program between existing dragon species, resulting in a less aggressive variant, valued for its beautiful scales and relatively mild temperament for a dragon. Similarly, the creation of the crumple-horned snorkack was an authorized breeding experiment, though the resulting creatures proved unstable, and the entire population died out within 3 generations, leading to their semi-mythical status today. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures now oversees all aspects of the ban's enforcement. Its Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures handles cases where illegal breeding creates threatening new species, while the Beast Division monitors permitted research and investigates suspected violations. The department maintains a specialized containment facility in an unplottable location in Wales, where confiscated experimental creatures can be studied safely before appropriate disposition is determined. The penalties for violating the ban have evolved over centuries. Modern enforcement typically begins with substantial fines, ranging from 100 to 10,000 galleons, depending on the severity and intentionality of the violation. Repeat offenders face confiscation of wands, magical equipment, and in extreme cases, imprisonment in Azkaban. The harshest penalties are reserved for those whose experiments create creatures that harm muggles or threaten to expose the wizarding world. Despite these severe consequences, illegal experimental breeding continues to occur with troubling regularity. The most common violations tend to be well-intentioned pet owners attempting to improve magical creatures through unauthorized crossbreeding. These amateur efforts rarely produce viable offspring, but occasionally result in unstable hybrids with unpredictable magical properties. The department handles approximately 70 such cases annually, mostly resulting in warnings and minor fines. More concerning are deliberate attempts to create magical creatures for prohibited purposes. During his rise to power, Lord Voldemort reportedly encouraged experimental breeding research aimed at creating creatures that could serve as weapons or means of intimidation. These efforts were largely unsuccessful due to the inherent unpredictability of magical hybridization, but several disturbing specimens were discovered and destroyed following the First Wizarding War. The case of Rubeus Hagrid's illegal breeding of blast-ended scroots illustrates the continuing challenges of enforcement. By crossing manticores with fire crabs, both already dangerous magical creatures, Hagrid created an extremely aggressive new species with armored shells, stingers, and the ability to shoot sparks from their rear ends. That a Hogwarts professor, albeit one without formal magical education, would undertake such breeding in full view of students demonstrates how deeply ingrained the experimental impulse remains in wizarding culture, despite centuries of prohibition. This persistent desire to create new magical life forms speaks to a fundamental aspect of wizarding nature, the drive to push magical boundaries and reshape the natural world. The same creative impulse that leads to revolutionary charms or potions breakthroughs can, without proper constraints, result in dangerous new creatures that threaten both magical and muggle communities. The ban represents wizarding society's recognition that some aspects of magic require collective restraint rather than unfettered individual expression. Modern magical consensus largely supports the ban's core principles while acknowledging its limitations. Magizoologists like Newt Scamander have argued for a more nuanced approach that would allow greater research flexibility while maintaining safety standards. In his lesser-known monograph, Ethical Considerations in Magical Creature Research, Scamander proposed a reformed regulatory framework that would shift focus from blanket prohibition to risk assessment and ethical treatment of both existing creatures and any new ones created through controlled research. The debate intensified following the Second Wizarding War, as the wizarding community reconsidered many long-standing laws and traditions. Reform advocates point to successful breeding programs in countries with more permissive regulations, such as Japan's development of the miniature kappa, a smaller, less aggressive variant of the water demon that can safely inhabit decorative magical ponds. Traditionalists counter with examples like Brazil's disastrous attempt to create weather-controlling serpents in the 1970s, which escaped containment and caused unprecedented flooding across Amazonian magical communities. The current state of the ban reflects this ongoing tension between innovation and safety. Under Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt, the permit application process was streamlined, making it somewhat easier for qualified researchers to conduct experimental breeding under strict supervision. However, core prohibitions remain firmly in place, particularly regarding crossbreeding of multiple magical species or combining magical creatures with muggle animals. Enforcement methodology has also evolved with magical technology. Modern magical creature detection spells can identify unusual magical signatures characteristic of experimental hybrids, while tracking charms allow investigators to monitor suspicious breeding facilities remotely. The department employs specially trained witches and wizards who can quickly identify signs of illegal breeding and assess potential threats from unknown creatures. For the average witch or wizard, the ban's impact is most noticeable in the pet market. Magical pet shops like the Magical Menagerie in Diagon Alley are subject to regular inspections, ensuring they sell only recognized legal breeds. Each creature comes with documentation certifying its species and origin, with severe penalties for shopkeepers who sell illegally bred animals. This regulation limits the available variety of magical pets, but ensures that families don't inadvertently purchase creatures with unpredictable or dangerous magical properties. Educational institutions play a crucial role in maintaining compliance with the ban. Hogwarts' Care of Magical Creatures curriculum includes specific instruction on the ethical and legal boundaries of magical creature management. Students learn why the ban exists through historical case studies of breeding disasters, while also studying the legitimate methods for caring for and working with established magical species. This education helps ensure that future generations understand both the letter and spirit of this foundational magical law. The ban on experimental breeding stands as one of the wizarding world's oldest continuously enforced regulations, its longevity testament to its fundamental importance in maintaining magical order. Through centuries of magical development and social change, the core principle has remained that the power to create new magical life carries profound responsibility and requires community oversight rather than individual discretion. As our exploration of this significant magical law draws to a close, imagine standing at the boundary between the known and unknown realms of magical creatures. On one side, the catalogued, understood species that witches and wizards have learned to live alongside. On the other, the infinite possibilities of magical combination and creation, tempting in their potential yet fraught with unforeseen consequences. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. Does the ban represent wisdom in acknowledging the limits of our understanding, or does it reflect an excess of caution that constrains magical innovation? And where would you draw the line between responsible magical research and dangerous experimentation? Chapter 6. The Experiments of Newt Scamander. Stars shimmer like silver, alchemy scales across the night sky, as we turn our attention to an extraordinary figure in magical zoology, a wizard whose unconventional methods revolutionized our understanding of fantastic beasts. Among the many remarkable individuals who have shaped the wizarding world, few have approached their calling with such passionate devotion as Newton Artemis Fido Scamander, known to most simply as Newt. Born in 1897, to a family with a modestly distinguished wizarding lineage, young Newton showed an unusual affinity for magical creatures from his earliest years. While most wizarding children might have been satisfied with an owl or perhaps a knazel as a companion, Newt's childhood home gradually transformed into what his mother once described as a peculiar menagerie of misunderstood beasts. His bedroom reportedly housed everything from recovering bowtruckles to orphaned puffskeins, each receiving the boy's meticulous care and observation. Imagine a small, freckled boy with unruly auburn hair, spending hours patiently earning the trust of a wounded Jarvie, carefully documenting its vocabulary of insults, and gradually introducing more sophisticated expressions to its repertoire. This early fascination foreshadowed the methodical yet deeply empathetic approach that would later define Scamander's groundbreaking work. Upon arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 1908, Newt was sorted into Hufflepuff House, a placement that perfectly suited his patient, hard-working nature. Though not particularly distinguished in subjects like transfiguration or charms, he excelled in care of magical creatures under Professor Kettleburn, often knowing more about certain species than his instructor. Fellow students recalled how Newt would disappear into the Forbidden Forest during free periods, returning with detailed sketches of creatures most students never encountered. His Hogwarts career was cut short in his 6th year when he was expelled following an incident involving a magical creature that allegedly endangered human life. Though details remain vague in official records, it is widely believed that Newt took responsibility for another student's experiment gone wrong. This selfless act caught the attention of Albus Dumbledore, then the Transfiguration Professor, who argued strongly against Newt's expulsion but was overruled. Despite this setback, Newt's passion for magical creatures remained undimmed. Without completing his formal education, he secured a modest position at the Ministry of Magic in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, beginning in the Office for House Elf Relocation. Considered by many the least desirable assignment in the department, he demonstrated such insight into magical beings that he was soon transferred to the Beast Division. It was during his early ministry career that Scamander developed his most controversial methodological approach, immersive observation. Rejecting the prevailing academic tradition of studying magical creatures through brief expeditions followed by examination of captured specimens, Newt insisted that true understanding required prolonged coexistence with creatures in their natural habitats, or in environments that replicated those conditions as closely as possible. Picture a young ministry employee, still smarting from his academic disgrace, proposing to his superiors that he be permitted to live among a Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon community for 3 months to study their social structures. The proposal was, unsurprisingly, rejected, but it established Scamander's reputation as either a visionary or a madman, depending on one's perspective. His opportunity for independent research came in 1918, when Augustus Warmay of Obscurus Books commissioned him to write a comprehensive guide to magical creatures. This commission, initially expected to produce a modest reference text, gave Scamander the freedom to pursue his lifelong dream, a global expedition to study magical creatures in their natural environments. What was planned as a year-long journey extended to nearly a decade of exploration across 5 continents. The methods Scamander employed during this remarkable odyssey were as extraordinary as the creatures he documented. Unlike previous magizoologists who approached field research with dragonhide armor and drawn wands, Newt developed techniques centered on earning creatures' trust. He would often spend weeks observing a species from a distance before attempting any closer interaction, learning their behaviors, communication patterns, and social hierarchies. Central to Scamander's approach was his rejection of the traditional classification of magical creatures as dangerous or safe. Instead, he proposed that all creatures behaved predictably according to their nature, and that perceived danger generally resulted from wizards' ignorance rather than the creature's inherent hostility. This philosophy led to his famous statement, "There are no dangerous creatures, only uninformed wizards." Imagine Newt in the mountains of Tibet, slowly approaching a nesting Antipodean opali dragon. Rather than employing stunning spells or conjunctivitis curses, the standard approach to dragon research at the time, he would bring offerings of food preferred by the species, maintain non-threatening body posture, and even mimic draconic gestures of respect observed during his preliminary observations. Through such methods, he achieved unprecedented proximity to creatures previously studied only from considerable distances. Perhaps most revolutionary was Scamander's custom-built magical suitcase, an extraordinary example of expansion charm application that created artificial habitats tailored to each creature's needs. This remarkable piece of magical engineering allowed Scamander to provide appropriate environments for injured creatures he encountered, rehabilitating them while continuing his travels. Some magizoologists have speculated that certain modifications to the case may have skirted the edges of legal charm work, though no formal charges were ever brought against him. The case also served as a mobile research laboratory where Scamander conducted some of his most significant experiments. Among these was his groundbreaking work on Obscurus formation, the dark parasitical force created when young witches and wizards suppress their magic. Though this research extended beyond pure magizoology into the realm of magical psychology, it demonstrated Scamander's holistic approach to understanding magical phenomena. During his decade of global exploration, Scamander documented dozens of species previously unknown to Western magizoologists. His discovery of the Appalachian hide-behind resolved centuries of mysterious disappearances in American forests, while his classification of the Amazonian Kaipora explained long-reported phenomena attributed by Muggles to jungle spirits. Each new species was meticulously documented with behavioral observations, anatomical sketches, and notes on magical properties. But Scamander's contributions extended beyond mere discovery and documentation. His experimental approach to creature interaction led to numerous practical advances in the field. His technique for safely collecting ashwinder eggs without triggering their incendiary properties revolutionized the harvesting of this valuable potion ingredient. Similarly, his method for calming agitated erumpents through specific musical tones prevented countless injuries among researchers working with these volatile creatures. Perhaps his most significant experimental breakthrough came through his work with thunderbirds in Arizona. Prior research had established these magnificent creatures' ability to sense danger and create storms, but Scamander was the first to demonstrate that they could distinguish between natural disasters and human-created threats. This discovery led to the establishment of thunderbird monitoring stations in regions prone to earthquakes and tsunamis, providing early warning systems that have saved countless magical and muggle lives alike. Scamander's rehabilitation experiments with injured magical creatures yielded equally important advances. His pioneering treatments for runes poor scale, rot, and graphorn hoof fungus remain standard protocols in magical veterinary practice. More controversially, his experimental therapy for dragons suffering from captivity-induced aggression, involving controlled flight opportunities and simulated territorial challenges, was initially ridiculed but later adopted by dragon reserves worldwide after demonstrating remarkable success rates. The publication of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in 1927 transformed magizoology from an obscure academic field to a subject of widespread interest. The book's revolutionary organization, classifying creatures by habitat rather than dangerousness, reflected Scamander's fundamental belief that understanding a creature's natural environment was key to appropriate interaction. Its accessible style and Scamander's occasionally wry observations made complex magical zoology comprehensible to the average witch and wizard. While the public celebrated the book's comprehensive catalog of magical creatures, academic magizoologists recognized the true revolution hidden within its pages, the systematic methodology described in the often overlooked appendices. Here, Scamander detailed his experimental approaches to creature observation, interaction protocols for newly discovered species, and ethical guidelines for magical creature research. These principles, initially dismissed as overly cautious by traditional researchers, gradually became the field's standard practices. Following the book's success, Scamander continued his experimental work with increased resources and official support. His research facility in Dorset became a sanctuary for injured magical creatures and a training ground for a new generation of magizoologists who embraced his empathetic approach. Here, he conducted some of his most ambitious experiments in interspecies communication, particularly with creatures previously considered too dangerous for close study. His work with Nundu breath analysis in the 1930s demonstrated that the toxic exhalations of these deadly creatures varied based on emotional state, allowing trained handlers to predict and potentially neutralize attacks. Similarly, his experiments with acromantula cognitive capabilities revealed their capacity for complex problem-solving, challenging the prevailing view that they were merely instinct-driven predators. Each discovery reinforced Scamander's core philosophy that greater understanding led to safer interactions, even with the most formidable magical creatures. Scamander's methods occasionally brought him into conflict with magical authorities. His rehabilitation of creatures classified as non-tradable or dangerous frequently required special dispensation from the ministry, which became increasingly reluctant to grant exceptions as his collection grew. His vocal opposition to dragon culling programs and restrictions on mermaid territories sometimes positioned him against official policies, though his growing public reputation generally protected him from serious consequences. During the global wizarding war against Grindelwald, Scamander's expertise was called upon by magical governments worldwide. His knowledge of obscure magical creatures potentially being exploited for dark purposes proved invaluable, as did his extensive international contacts among local magical communities. Though details of his wartime activities remain classified in many countries' magical archives, it is known that several of Grindelwald's plots involving magical creatures were thwarted directly through Scamander's intervention. In the post-war period, Scamander's focus shifted toward conservation, recognizing that expanding human populations, both magical and muggle, were encroaching on creature habitats. He established the first magical nature preserves in Britain, creating self-contained environments protected by complex boundary charms. These preserves became living laboratories where Scamander conducted his most enduring experiments, determining the minimum viable conditions necessary for magical species to thrive. This conservation work led to perhaps his most controversial experiment, the attempted reintroduction of extinct magical species through preserved genetic material. While his efforts to revive the Scottish bookwing, a butterfly-like creature whose wings resembled fluttering pages, achieved limited success. With specimens surviving only a few generations, the ethical questions raised by the experiment sparked ongoing debate in magizoological circles. Was it responsible to bring back species that had failed to adapt to changing conditions, or did wizardkind have an obligation to restore what human activity had eliminated? Throughout his long career, Scamander maintained detailed records of his experiments and observations. His personal archives, eventually donated to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures Library, comprise over 200 volumes of notes, sketches, and experimental data. These archives continue to provide valuable research material for contemporary magizoologists, with new insights still being extracted from his meticulous documentation. Among the most fascinating sections of these archives are Scamander's records of failed approaches, methods that proved ineffective or even dangerous when working with particular species. Unlike many researchers who document only their successes, Scamander believed that understanding what didn't work was equally valuable knowledge. His candid descriptions of misjudgments and their consequences have saved countless researchers from repeating potentially fatal errors. Newt Scamander's legacy extends far beyond his famous bestiary, now in its 52nd edition, and required reading at Hogwarts. His experimental approach to magizoology, combining rigorous observation with genuine respect for the creatures studied, fundamentally transformed the field. The Scamander method, as it came to be known, shaped generations of magical creature researchers who adopted his principles of minimal intervention and habitat preservation. Perhaps most significantly, Scamander's work challenged the wizarding world to reconsider its relationship with magical creatures, not as resources to be exploited or dangers to be contained, but as remarkable beings worthy of understanding and protection. His experiments demonstrated repeatedly that creatures responded to respect with cooperation, that behaviors dismissed as aggression often represented misunderstood communication attempts, and that coexistence was possible even with the most feared species. In his later years, Scamander served as a consultant to magical governments worldwide on creature-related legislation. His influence can be seen in the international ban on experimental breeding reforms of 1965, which maintained necessary safety restrictions while creating new pathways for legitimate research. Similarly, his advocacy led to the 1972 Werewolf Protection Act, which recognized lycanthropy as a condition deserving treatment rather than merely containment. At the remarkable age of 125, Scamander retired from active research, though he continued to revise his famous book and consult on complex cases until well past his 130th birthday. His final major public appearance occurred at the opening of the Scamander Center for Magical Creature Conservation in 2010, where he expressed satisfaction that the principles he had championed throughout his career had become mainstream wizarding policy. As our journey through Newt Scamander's extraordinary experiments draws to a close, we might reflect on how one wizard's unconventional approach transformed not just a field of study, but an entire society's relationship with the magical world around them. His life's work reminds us that true understanding requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to question established wisdom. As you drift towards sleep, consider this: what misunderstood creature in your own life might reveal unexpected wonders if approached with Scamander's blend of careful observation and open-hearted curiosity? Chapter 7. The History of Werewolf Transformations. Ancient trees stand silent witness to countless nights when ordinary wizards and witches have undergone extraordinary transformations beneath the full moon's silvery glow. The history of lycanthropy stretches back to the shadowed beginnings of magical record-keeping, a condition that has inspired equal measures of fear, fascination, and misunderstanding throughout the centuries. Tonight, we delve deeper into the historical accounts of werewolf transformations, exploring how this affliction has been experienced, documented, and sometimes exploited throughout magical history. The earliest recorded case of lycanthropy appears in fragmentary magical scrolls from Roman-occupied Britain, circa 65 CE. These documents describe a Celtic wizard named Livius, who was cursed to take the form of the wolf when Diana's face is full. What makes this account particularly significant is its description of the transformation process. His bones did crack and reform, his skin erupted with coarse hair, and his mind became as the beast's, knowing not friend from foe. This ancient description aligns remarkably well with modern accounts, suggesting the fundamental nature of the lycanthropic curse has remained consistent for nearly 2 millennia. Medieval wizarding records provide our richest source of early werewolf documentation. The renowned healer Mungo Bonum, founder of St. Mungo's Hospital, maintained detailed case histories of 5 different werewolves he treated between 1632 and 1659. His clinical observations described the progression of pre-transformation symptoms with remarkable precision, increasing irritability, beginning approximately 3 days before the full moon, followed by heightened sensory perception, muscle aches, and fever-like symptoms in the 24 hours immediately preceding transformation. Imagine standing in Bonham's simple healing chamber as he examines a patient on the morning before a full moon. The individual, perhaps a young wizard who had been attacked while traveling through the forests of northern Scotland, would already be showing the telltale signs: dilated pupils with a yellowish tinge, a slight elongation of the canine teeth, and small tremors running through the arms and legs as muscles prepare for their imminent reconfiguration. Bonham would note these symptoms in his journal, prescribing willow bark tea for pain and preparations for the night ahead. Bonham's records are also valuable for their documentation of the transformation's psychological impact. The afflicted speak of great terror not merely at the physical agony, he wrote, but at the knowledge of their minds slipping away, replaced by savage hunger and unreasoning fury. It is this loss of self, more than bodily pain, that haunts them between moons. This insight represented a significant advancement in understanding werewolves not merely as dangerous creatures, but as suffering individuals who retained their human consciousness and concerns outside of transformation periods. The lunar cycle's effect on transformation timing has been consistently observed throughout recorded history, though historical accounts reveal interesting variations in how this connection manifests. Ancient Chinese magical texts from the Tang dynasty describe werewolves transforming not only during the night of the full moon, but also the nights immediately before and after. In contrast, Norse magical records suggest transformations occurred exclusively during the precise peak of lunar fullness, sometimes lasting only a few hours rather than an entire night. Modern megazoological research has reconciled these historical discrepancies by demonstrating that while all werewolves respond to lunar cycles, slight variations in sensitivity exist between individuals, and possibly between regional populations. Some werewolves begin transformation as soon as 97% lunar illumination is achieved, while others require the precise 100% of the astronomical full moon. These differences may explain the historical inconsistencies in transformation duration and timing. The physical process of transformation itself has been described with horrifying consistency across centuries and cultures. The 16th century French werewolf Jean Chastel, who provided a voluntary account before his execution for multiple murders committed in wolf form, described the transformation beginning in the bones. First the fingers, which break and extend, the nails hardening into claws, then the facial bones, pushing outward into a muzzle, the pain of which exceeds all earthly torment. Finally, the spine, which curves and forces one to all fours like a beast. This bone reconfiguration typically progresses from extremities inward, though some historical accounts describe variations. The infamous Russian werewolf Anastasia Volkova reportedly experienced transformation beginning with her spine, a particularly agonizing variation that magical healers of the time could not explain. Modern magical medicine suggests such variations may relate to the location of the original infecting bite, with transformation potentially beginning near the infection site before spreading throughout the body. Historical attempts to prevent or delay transformation reveal the desperation of those afflicted with lycanthropy. Medieval werewolves sometimes resorted to self-imposed binding with silver chains, which caused severe burns, but could temporarily impede the transformation process. The 18th century German wizard, Heinrich Bertolf, developed a complex system of constraint using enchanted iron bands, inscribed with runes of containment, which reportedly delayed transformation by up to 2 hours, valuable time to reach secure isolation, though ultimately ineffective at preventing the change. More extreme historical measures included self-administered stunning spells, timed to render the werewolf unconscious through the transformation period. This dangerous practice, documented in the private journals of several 17th century werewolves, frequently resulted in magical accidents, as the partially transformed individual lost the coordination necessary for precise wand work. Magical historians estimate that more werewolves died from miscast stunning spells than from silver weapons or hunting parties throughout this period. The psychological aspects of transformation evolved significantly in historical understanding. Early magical text portrayed werewolves as entirely losing their human mind during transformation, becoming purely bestial in thought and action. The 12th century grimoire, Malleus Lycanthropus, instructed that no trace of human reason remains in the wolf form, rendering the creature as mindless and savage as any natural wolf, but with greater strength and malice. This perception began to change in the 16th century, when the Spanish healer Lucia de Vega documented cases of transformed werewolves, apparently recognizing and avoiding close family members during rampages that claimed other victims. Her controversial work on the remnants of humanity in the Lycanthrope proposed that some fragment of human consciousness might remain during transformation, though deeply submerged beneath bestial instincts. This theory gained support through subsequent centuries as additional cases emerged of werewolves displaying selective behavior inconsistent with pure animal instinct. The renowned French magizoologist Violette Beauchamp conducted the most rigorous pre-modern study of werewolf consciousness in the late 19th century. By interviewing both werewolves and witnesses to their transformed behavior and correlating these accounts across multiple transformation cycles, she established that approximately 1 in 4 werewolves retained some minimal awareness during transformation. This typically manifested as vague recognition of familiar individuals and occasionally the ability to resist attacking specific persons with whom the human form had strong emotional connections. Imagine Beauchamp in her study in Paris, carefully documenting the account of a middle-aged werewolf who, despite killing livestock during transformations, consistently avoided harming his wife of 30 years when she accidentally encountered him in wolf form. Something inside recognized her, the man explained, not as thought, but as feeling, a sense that this human must not be harmed, though I could not have named her, nor understood why she was different from any other potential prey. Such accounts challenged the prevailing view of werewolves as mindless beasts deserving eradication, contributing to the gradually evolving magical understanding of lycanthropy as a condition rather than a complete metamorphosis of being. This shift in perspective laid important groundwork for later advances in treatment, though full recognition of werewolf rights would not emerge until well into the 20th century. The duration of werewolf transformations has remained remarkably consistent throughout recorded history, typically beginning at moonrise on the night of the full moon and ending at dawn. The transformed state lasts approximately 8 to 10 hours during winter months and 6 to 7 hours during summer. This seasonal variation relates directly to the length of night rather than any inherent change in the magical condition, suggesting that sunlight itself may play a role in reversing the transformation. Historical observers have documented the return transformation from wolf to human form as equally painful but somewhat faster than the initial change. The 19th century British werewolf William Harker described it in his private journals as a mercifully quicker agony, like bones breaking in reverse, completed in perhaps half the time of the evening's transformation. This accelerated reversal may relate to the body's return to its natural state, requiring less magical energy than the initial transformation. Recovery from transformation has varied widely among historical cases. Some documented werewolves reported relative normalcy within hours of returning to human form, while others experienced debilitating exhaustion lasting days. The Russian healer Grigory Rasputin, himself rumored to have lycanthropic tendencies, though historical evidence remains inconclusive, noted that werewolves with stronger innate magical abilities typically recovered more quickly, suggesting that the body's magical reserves play a role in post-transformation healing. Throughout history, various societies have developed different approaches to managing werewolf transformations. Ancient Greek magical communities established isolated transformation chambers called Likoi, oikoi, wolf houses, where those afflicted could safely transform away from potential victims. These stone structures, reinforced with containment charms, provided secure isolation while treating the afflicted with relative humanity. Archaeological evidence suggests some Greek likoi, oikoi were equipped with comfort measures for post-transformation recovery, including healing potion repositories and enchanted beds that activated at dawn. In stark contrast, medieval European wizarding communities typically employed crueler methods of werewolf management. Transformation dungeons with silver-infused bars caused continuous pain to the transformed werewolf, operating under the misguided belief that suffering would help the afflicted resist their bestial nature. The notorious Black Forest werewolf pits, operated by German wizarding authorities until 1697, exemplified this approach at its most inhumane. Historical accounts describe transformed werewolves being lowered into stone chambers and subjected to various magical torments meant to discipline the beast, practices now recognized as both ineffective and unconscionably cruel. Asian wizarding societies generally developed more sophisticated approaches to werewolf transformation management. Japanese magical scrolls from the Heian period describe specialized gardens designed for werewolf transformation, containing magical barriers invisible to the transformed werewolf but impenetrable to escape attempts. These environments allowed the transformed individual freedom of movement within a controlled space, reducing the psychological trauma associated with extreme confinement methods used in European contexts. The most significant historical advancement in werewolf transformation management came with the development of the Wolfsbane potion in the late 1970s. Before this breakthrough, various attempted potions and elixirs had sought to address different aspects of transformation. The 15th century Bavarian attempt, called monkshood tincture, somewhat reduced transformation pain, but caused severe liver damage with repeated use. The lunar calming draught, developed in 18th century Russia, moderated aggressive tendencies in transformed werewolves, but did not preserve human consciousness. Damocles Belby's revolutionary Wolfsbane potion represented the culmination of centuries of research, finally addressing the core issue: the loss of human consciousness during transformation. By allowing werewolves to retain their mental awareness while physically transformed, the potion fundamentally changed the experience of lycanthropy for those able to access it. Historical accounts from the first werewolves to use the potion describe the experience as revelatory, painful physically but liberating mentally. Imagine Remus Lupin's first transformation after successfully taking Wolfsbane potion. The familiar agony of physical change would still occur: bones breaking and reforming, skin sprouting fur, facial features elongating into a muzzle, but instead of consciousness slipping away into bestial fury, his mind would remain, curled up as a harmless wolf, fully aware of his surroundings, perhaps reading, or simply resting until morning, brought the painful reversal to human form. This preservation of self during what had previously been lost time represented a profound change in the werewolf experience. Historical understanding of the triggers for werewolf transformation has also evolved. While the full moon remains the primary and inescapable catalyst, some historical accounts suggest other potential influences on transformation severity. The personal journals of the 19th century American werewolf Ezekiel Gray describe transformations becoming more violent and protracted during winter, full moons when the moon appeared larger in the sky. Similarly, several historical sources suggest that atmospheric conditions affecting moonlight intensity, such as particularly clear nights, may influence transformation intensity. Modern magical research has confirmed these historical observations, demonstrating that lunar perigee, when the moon is closest to Earth in its orbit, can intensify transformation symptoms and potentially extend transformation duration by up to 45 minutes. This astronomical factor explains historical accounts of occasionally longer or more severe transformation cycles occurring at irregular intervals throughout a werewolf's life. The social history of werewolf transformations reveals how different communities responded to those afflicted. Some historical werewolves found acceptance within their magical communities, with family and friends helping ensure safe transformation conditions. The diary of 16th-century French witch Elise Moreau describes the monthly ritual of securing her werewolf husband in their specially reinforced cellar. With tenderness I help him prepare, bringing water and blankets for the morning, kissing him before closing the enchanted door. Though separated by walls and the wolf's form, our hearts remain connected through the night. Such compassionate responses existed alongside persecution and violence throughout magical history. Werewolf hunting reached its peak during the 16th and 17th centuries, concurrent with Muggle witch hunts, but conducted by wizarding authorities. These organized hunts specifically targeted werewolves on transformation nights when they were most vulnerable, using silver weapons and specialized tracking spells. Historical records suggest over 400 werewolves were killed during this period, many of whom had never harmed anyone but were victims of fear-driven persecution. The psychological impact of these historical approaches to werewolf transformations cannot be overstated. Prior to modern treatments, many werewolves lived in constant fear not only of their monthly transformations, but of discovery and persecution. Historical accounts reveal werewolves frequently lived nomadic existences, rarely establishing deep community connections for fear of eventually being exposed. The emotional toll of this isolation often proved as damaging as the physical transformation itself. The private journals of Helena Winters, a 19th-century British werewolf, who managed to conceal her condition for over 40 years while working as a healer at St. Mungo's, provide poignant insight into this psychological burden. "Each month I craft elaborate deceptions," she wrote, claiming visits to ailing relatives or professional conferences, while in truth I lock myself in a reinforced room in Aberdeen. I maintain solely for these 3 dreadful nights. The strain of maintaining these falsehoods wears on my soul nearly as much as the transformations themselves. Not all historical werewolves chose isolation or concealment. Some communities of werewolves formed in remote areas, creating mutual support systems for transformation nights. The most famous of these, the Scottish Highland Pack, documented in the early 18th century, established a network of secure transformation locations and a rotation system ensuring that each werewolf had assistance before and after transformation. Such communities remained extremely rare, however, due to both external persecution and the practical challenges of multiple werewolves living in close proximity. Historical records also reveal occasional attempts to weaponize werewolf transformations. The most notorious case involved Harkon the Cruel, a 14th-century dark wizard who deliberately infected captives with lycanthropy and then released them into enemy villages during full moons. This early form of biological warfare was condemned even by dark wizards of the era for its indiscriminate brutality. Similarly, during goblin rebellions of the 17th century, there are disputed accounts of certain goblin factions attempting to lure transformed werewolves toward wizarding settlements as a battle tactic. In modern times, Fenrir Greyback's deliberate positioning of himself near intended victims during transformation represents a continuation of this dark historical pattern. His actions, however, differ in their calculated personal agency. Greyback specifically targeted children, intending to create new werewolves who would be raised away from wizarding society and taught to embrace rather than fight their condition. This twisted social engineering project represented a particularly disturbing evolution of weaponized lycanthropy. Throughout this complex and often tragic history, werewolves themselves have demonstrated remarkable resilience. Historical accounts reveal individuals who, despite monthly agony and social persecution, contributed significantly to wizarding society. The 12th century werewolf Hector of Lombardy developed important healing spells that remain in use at St. Mungo's today. The werewolf mathematician Elara Yaxley's 18th century work on astronomical calculation methods revolutionized the precision of charm timing. Their achievements came despite transformations that would have left them physically debilitated for days each month, and constant fear of exposure. As our exploration of werewolf transformation history concludes, we might reflect on how this condition, more than most magical afflictions, illuminates the complex relationship between body, mind, and magic. The monthly transformation represents not merely a physical metamorphosis, but a magical battle between human consciousness and bestial nature, a battle that until recent innovations, the wolf self invariably won. As you drift towards sleep, consider this question. In the interplay between our rational selves and our deeper, more primal natures, what monthly transformations might we all experience, though perhaps less visibly than those illuminated by the full moon's revealing light? Chapter 8. The Owlery and its Communication System. High above the grounds of Hogwarts, where stone meets sky and the air carries whispers of countless messages sent and received, stands a circular tower quite unlike any other in the castle. Neither classroom nor dormitory, neither storage space nor ceremonial chamber, this tower serves as home to the silent feathered messengers that connect the wizarding world. Tonight, we ascend the winding steps to explore the Hogwarts Owlery and the remarkable magical communication system it represents. The Owlery, with its distinctive open archways and straw-covered floor, has been part of Hogwarts Castle since its founding over 1,000 years ago. Historical records suggest that Rowena Ravenclaw herself designed this specialized tower, understanding that a magical school would require reliable communication with the outside world. Her architectural plans, preserved in fragmentary form in the Hogwarts archives, reveal sophisticated considerations of airflow patterns, protection from inclement weather, and carefully positioned perches to accommodate various owl species. Imagine standing in this circular stone chamber as dawn breaks. The first light of day streams through the glassless windows, illuminating hundreds of owls of every description, from tiny scops, owls barely larger than a snitch, to magnificent eagle owls with wingspans exceeding 6 feet. Some return from overnight deliveries, settling onto their perches with soft hoots of satisfaction after successful journeys. Others stir and ruffle their feathers, preparing for the day's assignments. The air carries the distinctive musty scent of owl feathers and droppings, while the stone floor crunches underfoot with scattered bones of mice and voles, evidence of the tower's residents' hunting success. The structure itself represents a marvel of magical architecture, though seemingly open to the elements with its arched, glassless windows. Sophisticated weather-repelling charms ensure that howling blizzards and driving rainstorms remain outside, while the interior stays relatively dry. A moderate warming charm prevents the space from reaching freezing temperatures even during the harshest Scottish winters, though the tower remains cool enough for the comfort of its feathered inhabitants, who wear their own natural insulation. Unlike modern structures built primarily for human comfort, the Owlery's design prioritizes owl well-being and functionality. The interior walls feature countless natural stone ledges and purpose-built wooden perches at varying heights, allowing each owl to select a resting place according to its preference. School owls typically claim the middle sections, while students' personal owls often prefer the higher perches, perhaps reflecting a hierarchy understood only by the birds themselves. The rookery structure incorporates special nesting boxes built into the walls where mated pairs can raise their young, ensuring a continuous supply of new owls for future service. The floor of the Owlery, perpetually covered in straw, serves both practical and comfort purposes. The straw provides insulation against the cold stone and absorbs the inevitable droppings, which caretakers periodically vanish with cleaning spells. Despite these efforts, the Owlery remains among the least pristine locations in Hogwarts, a fact that has inspired generations of students to hurry their visits, especially during the warmer months when the tower's distinctive aroma intensifies. Maintaining the Owlery falls under the responsibilities of Hogwarts' caretaker, though historical records suggest that in earlier centuries, a dedicated Owlery master oversaw the facility and its feathered residents. This position, last held in the late 19th century, before being absorbed into the caretaker's duties, involved not only cleaning and maintenance, but also basic veterinary care for injured owls and training of new additions to the school's flock. The school maintains approximately 100 owls for general use, supplemented by the personal owls belonging to students and faculty. These school owls range from the common tawny and barn varieties to specialized long-distance flyers like great gray owls, selected for their reliability in delivering parcels to far-flung destinations. Each bears a small Hogwarts identification band on one leg, a subtle enchanted tag that helps them return to the castle regardless of distance or weather conditions. Imagine a first-year student climbing the spiral staircase to the Owlery, letter clutched in hand, experiencing this unique environment for the first time. The soft rustling of hundreds of wings, the occasional gentle hoot, the shaft of sunlight illuminating dust motes and tiny feathers floating in the air, all create an atmosphere unlike any other part of the castle. For many young witches and wizards, especially those raised in Muggle households, using Owl Post represents their first truly independent interaction with the wizarding world's distinctive infrastructure. The magical capabilities of postal owls remain something of a mystery even to experienced witches and wizards. Their ability to find recipients without addresses, needing only a name and sometimes not even that, suggests an innate magical sense that extends beyond normal avian abilities. While Muggles have documented homing pigeons returning to specific locations through magnetic sensitivity and visual landmarks, wizarding owls can locate specific individuals regardless of their location, an ability that has no direct parallel in non-magical nature. Magical zoologists have proposed various theories regarding this remarkable capability. Some suggest that owls possess a form of natural legilimency, allowing them to sense the magical signature of their intended recipient across great distances. Others believe they follow magical traces left in the world by wizards and witches, invisible to humans, but perceptible to these specially bred birds. The most widely accepted theory proposes that postal owls navigate using a combination of enhanced natural abilities and specific enchantments applied when they are first trained for delivery service. This training begins remarkably early in an owl's life. Owlets born in the Hogwarts Owlery or purchased from magical menageries undergo their first training exercises at just 3 months of age when they have mastered basic flight. The initial training establishes a homing connection to their base location, in this case the Hogwarts Owlery, through a simple charm that creates a magical beacon perceivable only to the bird. This explains why school owls, even after delivering messages to distant locations, invariably return to Hogwarts rather than remaining with the recipient. The more complex training involves teaching young owls to locate specific individuals. Traditionally, this begins with proximity exercises. The trainer holds an item belonging to a nearby witch or wizard and encourages the owl to deliver a token to that person within sight. Gradually, the distance increases until the owl can locate the person from several miles away, then dozens, then hundreds. The most talented postal owls can eventually locate almost any witch or wizard in Europe, though deliveries to other continents typically require specialized long-distance breeds and additional magical support. Remarkably, magical owls seem capable of determining whether their intended recipient is in a location where Owl Post would be noticed by Muggles. In such situations, these intelligent birds will patiently wait for an opportune moment, perhaps early morning or late evening, or find a secluded location nearby to make their delivery. This discretion explains why Muggles rarely observe the thousands of owls delivering mail throughout Britain daily, despite the birds operating in daylight and often in urban environments. The physical process of sending Owl Post remains charmingly straightforward in an age of increasingly complex magical communication. A letter or small package is attached to the owl's leg using a simple leather thong, or for larger packages, a harness that distributes weight across the bird's body. Unlike Muggle postal systems with their elaborate codes and sorting facilities, the sender simply whispers the recipient's name to the owl, perhaps adding specific instructions about timing or discretion if necessary. The owl then departs through one of the Owlery's many windows, beginning a journey guided by magical senses humans can barely comprehend. The variety of owls used in wizarding communication reflects the diverse requirements of modern magical society. Tiny scops owls, while limited to carrying only the lightest correspondence, can fly at remarkable speeds and navigate through tight spaces, making them ideal for urgent messages in urban environments. Barn owls, with their distinctive heart-shaped faces, excel at night deliveries, their silent flight allowing them to arrive undetected even in Muggle neighborhoods. The imposing eagle owls, with their striking orange eyes and powerful build, typically handle international correspondence and heavier packages, their strength and endurance allowing them to cross seas and mountain ranges that would exhaust smaller species. At Hogwarts, certain owls develop reputations among students for particular abilities or quirks. Historical anecdotes mention old Archimedes, a one-eyed great horned owl, who served the school from 1921 to 1949, and was known for delivering Valentine's cards with theatrical flourishes, and Mist, a pure white snowy owl in the 1880s, who could somehow deliver letters during blizzards that grounded all other birds. These avian personalities become part of Hogwarts tradition, their stories passed down through generations of students. The relationship between postal owls and their messages extends beyond mere transportation. Magical researchers have documented cases of owls protecting their deliveries with surprising determination, diving into bodies of water to retrieve dropped letters, fending off predators or competing owls, and even navigating through magical barriers when carrying particularly urgent correspondence. This dedication suggests a deeper magical bond forms between owl and message, perhaps activated by the sending ritual itself. For particularly sensitive communications, specialized security measures can enhance standard owl deliveries. The Ministry of Magic employs owls trained to deliver letters that will burn upon being read by anyone other than the intended recipient. Gringotts uses owls with talons that carry a trace magic, allowing them to verify the recipient's identity before releasing their messages. For the most confidential correspondence, enchanted ink visible only to specific individuals provides an additional layer of security, ensuring that even if the owl is intercepted, the message remains protected. The limitations of owl post have led to various complementary communication methods in the wizarding world. Time-sensitive messages over short distances might use Patronuses instead, while connected fireplaces on the Flu network allow for direct conversation. However, for physical delivery of everything from personal letters to official documents, from birthday gifts to mail-order purchases, owl post remains the backbone of wizarding communication, reliable, relatively secure, and deeply ingrained in magical culture. Owls also form bonds with the witches and wizards who own them personally, relationships far more complex than those between postal service birds and their temporary senders. A personal owl often develops an almost uncanny understanding of its owner's needs, sometimes delivering messages without explicit instructions or bringing replies directly to wherever their owner happens to be, rather than returning to a home location. This bond grows particularly strong with owls that live closely with their wizards, like many of the personal owls kept by Hogwarts students. Consider Harry Potter's snowy owl, Hedwig, who demonstrated exceptional loyalty and intelligence throughout her service. She could find Sirius Black when he was in hiding, with no specific location known even to her owner. She understood when deliveries required discretion, and when showing displeasure at her owner was warranted. This level of comprehension and emotional connection suggests that prolonged exposure to magical owners enhances owls' already remarkable natural intelligence, creating companions as much as postal carriers. The Hogwarts Owlery serves as more than just a functional mail facility. It becomes a strangely intimate space where students share their homesickness, confessions, celebrations, and worries, all translated into letters that owls will carry into the wider world. Many students develop the habit of lingering after attaching their letters, watching their owl disappear into the distance with their words, perhaps feeling a connection to distant family or friends in that transitional moment. At certain times of year, the Owlery's traffic increases dramatically. The morning after arrival at Hogwarts sees many first years sending excited accounts of their sorting and first impressions to parents. The approach of Christmas brings a flurry of gift orders and holiday greetings. Exam results season fills the tower with owls carrying official envelopes and subsequent family responses of congratulations or consolation. The rhythm of the school year can be read in the ebb and flow of the Owlery's activity. The tower also witnesses midnight visitors, students slipping up the stone stairs after hours to send messages that cannot wait until morning, or perhaps should not be seen being sent in daylight. The Owlery's privacy and constant soft sounds make it perfect for secret communications, though its exposed position in the castle also makes these nighttime excursions risky ventures that have led many students to detention when caught by patrolling prefects or prowling caretakers. Beyond Hogwarts, the wider wizarding world maintains an elaborate infrastructure supporting owl-based communication. Major cities host owleries where those without personal owls can send messages for a few nuts. The Ministry of Magic maintains the largest owlery in Britain, housing over 1,000 birds for official communications. International owl posts operate from special facilities with reinforced perches for rest stops across oceans, allowing messages to cross continents through relay systems of fresh birds taking over at each station. Despite advances in magical transportation and communication, including developments like enchanted two-way mirrors or the rare enchanted parchments that display messages written on their twins, owl post remains the preferred method for most everyday wizarding communication. This preference reflects not merely tradition, but appreciation for a system that combines reliability with a living connection, each letter carried by a conscious being rather than transmitted through impersonal magical means. The durability of owl post through centuries of magical innovation speaks to its unique advantages. Unlike flu communication, it requires no connection to a fixed network. Unlike Patronus messages, it provides physical delivery of objects and documents. Unlike apparition, it requires no specialized training from the sender, and perhaps most significantly, it creates a tangible link between magical communities. The same owl that delivers a letter from London to Hogsmeade might next carry a message from Scotland to Cornwall, weaving connections across the wizarding world with each journey. For Muggle-born students at Hogwarts, the Owlery often represents their first regular exposure to this distinctive aspect of wizarding culture. Imagine the wonder of a child raised with telephones and postal codes suddenly entrusting their letter to a bird, with no address written anywhere, simply a name whispered during a gentle handoff of parchment. The leap of faith required, believing that somehow, this creature will find mother and father in their suburban home hundreds of miles away, symbolizes the broader adjustment to a world where magic reshapes basic assumptions about how things work. As our exploration of the Owlery draws to a close, picture once more this ancient tower as evening approaches. The day's deliveries mostly complete. Owls return in increasing numbers, swooping through the arched windows with soft wing beats. They settle onto familiar perches, some already drowsing with heads tucked under wings, others preening feathers or exchanging gentle hoots that echo in the circular chamber. A few late students hurry up the steps with last-minute letters, their whispered instructions joining the rustle of feathers and the distant sounds of the castle settling into night. The Owlery stands as testament to the wizarding world's unique blending of nature and magic, neither fully domesticating these wild creatures, nor completely enchanting them, but instead creating a partnership that serves both human communication needs and the owl's natural instincts. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. In a world where messages travel at the speed of light through invisible networks, what might we learn from the wizarding preference for communication carried on wings, moving at the deliberate pace of a bird in flight, connecting sender and recipient through a living messenger rather than lifeless technology? Chapter 9. The Collection of Chocolate Frog Cards. Evening shadows stretch across ancient tomes and display cabinets filled with moving portraits the size of playing cards, each preserving a fragment of wizarding history in miniature form. Beyond their role as confectionery novelties, Chocolate frog cards have evolved into cultural artifacts that connect generations through shared collecting experiences. Tonight we delve deeper into the fascinating world of these enchanted trading cards, exploring their history, significance, and the passionate community of collectors they have inspired. The story of chocolate frog cards as collectibles begins in 1926, when Claudius Honeyduke, proprietor of the famous sweet shop in Hogsmeade, sought to increase sales of his newly acquired chocolate frogs line. Drawing inspiration from Muggle cigarette cards that were popular at the time, Honeyduke envisioned educational content that would encourage repeated purchases. His stroke of genius was partnering with historian Bathilda Bagshot, who selected the initial subjects and wrote the brief biographies that would appear on the reverse of each card. The original 1926 collection consisted of just 25 cards featuring the most prominent figures in wizarding history. The 4 Hogwarts founders, Merlin, Morgan Le Fay, Hengist of Woodcroft, Alberic Grunion, Circe, Paracelsus, and other widely recognized names. These first-edition cards, printed on silver-infused cardstock with minimally animated black and white photographs, have become legendary among serious collectors. Only 3 complete sets are known to exist, one housed in the Museum of Wizarding History in London, another in the private collection of the Malfoy family, and the third owned by an anonymous collector rumored to be a former ministry official. Imagine holding one of these original cards, the slight weight of the silver-enhanced paper, the subtle shimmer of the enchanted surface, and the gentle movement of the figure who might adjust spectacles or nod acknowledgement, but remains largely static compared to modern cards. The silver content was later reduced, and eventually eliminated by 1937, due to rising material costs, making these early examples particularly distinctive. The initial success of the cards prompted rapid expansion. By 1930, the collection had grown to 50 cards, and special regional editions began appearing. Scottish heroes, pioneers of magic in the Americas, and notable potioneers being among the first specialized sets. The enchantments on the cards also evolved during this period, with more fluid animation and occasional sound effects, though these proved too startling for some consumers and were discontinued after complaints of chocolate being dropped in surprise. The cultural impact of these cards spread quickly through wizarding society. Children began trading duplicates in schoolyards, and informal collecting clubs emerged at Hogwarts and other wizarding schools. By the mid-1930s, the cards had become so popular that Honeydukes introduced a separate product, collectible cards compilation albums, with enchanted pages that automatically arranged cards by category and prevented them from being accidentally damaged or lost. The production process for chocolate frog cards has remained remarkably consistent despite technological advances. The portrait photography occurs in a specialized studio in Diagon Alley, where master magical photographers capture not just the image but something of the essence of each subject. Living subjects sit for their portraits, while historical figures are recreated through a complex process involving pensive memories, historical records, and occasionally input from ghosts or portraits who knew the individual in life. Once photographed, the images undergo enchantment by a team of specialized charm workers who apply the animation spells layer by layer. First basic movement, then interactive elements that allow the figure to respond to being viewed, and finally preservation charms that maintain the image's quality for decades. The biographical text, initially written by Bathilda Bagshot until her retirement in 1958, has since been composed by a rotating committee of magical historians who debate each word choice with scholarly intensity, knowing their text will likely be the primary source of information many young witches and wizards receive about historical figures. The selection process for new additions to the card collection has evolved from Honeyduke's early casual approach to today's formalized Committee for Chocolate Frog Card Worthiness. This 12-member panel meets quarterly in a private room above the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, where they review nominations and debate the historical and cultural significance of potential additions. Committee membership remains confidential to prevent lobbying efforts, though occasional leaks have revealed that it typically includes representatives from magical education, government, and various fields of magical achievement. Criteria for inclusion have been refined over decades, with the committee considering factors such as historical impact, magical innovation, and cultural significance. The guidelines explicitly state that candidates should represent achievements of lasting importance rather than temporary fame, a standard that has led to the rejection of numerous popular figures from sports and entertainment. This selective approach has occasionally generated controversy, particularly when beloved public figures are passed over in favor of obscure historical wizards whose contributions, while significant, are unknown to the general public. The rarity classification system for chocolate frog cards developed gradually as collecting became more structured. The current system, established in 1954, categorizes cards as common, appearing in approximately 1 in 4 chocolate frogs, uncommon 1 in 15, rare 1 in 50, very rare 1 in 200, and the coveted ultra-rare, appearing in fewer than 1 in 1,000 packages. This rarity is controlled through enchanted printing plates that automatically limit card production according to predetermined ratios. Among the most legendary ultra-rare cards, Ptolemy and Agrippa have achieved almost mythical status among collectors. The story of young Ron Weasley's quest for Agrippa resonates with collectors who understand the mixture of anticipation and disappointment that comes with opening each pentagon-shaped package. Other highly sought-after cards include Jocunda Sykes, first person to fly across the Atlantic on a broomstick, Ethelred the Ever-Ready Distinguished Duelist, and Zhu Yan Chinese Alchemist, each appearing in strictly limited quantities. The introduction of special editions and commemorative series has added another dimension to collecting. The 1945 Victory series, released after Grindelwald's defeat, featured Albus Dumbledore as an ultra-rare card that showed him in his historic duel. This card's value has increased exponentially since Dumbledore's death. The Hogwarts Millennial Edition of 1993 presented newly photographed portraits of the 4 founders based on enhanced historical research, causing debate among collectors about whether these updated images were more authentic than the originals. Imagine the excitement of a young collector in 1998, opening the first post-war special edition, which included Harry Potter's card. This represented a break with tradition, as the committee had previously required figures to be deceased, or at least past 100 years of age before consideration. The exception recognized the extraordinary circumstances of Voldemort's defeat and established a new precedent for including living subjects of exceptional historical importance, though such editions remain extremely rare. The collecting community has developed its own distinct culture and terminology. Serious collectors differentiate between completionists who seek one of every card ever printed, a nearly impossible goal given certain limited releases, thematicians who collect cards relating to specific magical fields or historical periods, and conditionists who prioritize cards in perfect magical state, where the animation remains as fluid as when first enchanted. Some collectors specialize in signed cards, those that have been autographed by the subjects themselves, which adds another layer of magical authentication. Trading etiquette has evolved into an elaborate social code. The 3-moment rule allows a collector 3 full minutes to consider a proposed trade before responding, without pressure from the offering party. The tradition of blind swaps, where each trader places a card face down and both reveal simultaneously, adds an element of chance that many find appealing. Most serious collectors adhere to the equitable exchange principle, where trades should benefit both parties, rather than taking advantage of younger or less knowledgeable collectors, though enforcement of this ethical standard remains informal and occasionally contested. The Hogwarts Chocolate Frog Card Club, founded officially in 1950 but existing informally for decades before, meets bi-weekly in a dedicated classroom on the 3rd floor. Membership fluctuates but typically includes 30 to 40 students across all houses and years. The club maintains comprehensive records of membership collections, publishes a quarterly newsletter featuring collection strategies and historical deep dives into specific cards, and hosts an annual trading convention that has become a highlight of Hogwarts' social life for enthusiasts. Club president positions have been held by students who later achieved prominence in various fields, including Dirk Cresswell, future Goblin Liaison Office Head, Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies, and most notably Newt Scamander, whose early fascination with creature-related cards reportedly inspired his magizoological career. The club's detailed archives preserve trading records dating back to the 1950s, providing a unique historical record of card values and popularity across generations. Beyond Hogwarts, adult collecting communities maintain sophisticated networks through OWL correspondence, specialized publications like the Cardologist Monthly, and regional conventions. The International Confectionery Collectibles Conference, held annually in a different magical capital, attracts thousands of serious collectors for 3 days of trading, authentication workshops, and historical presentations. The highlight of this event is the Honeydukes auction, where the rarest cards change hands for increasingly astronomical sums. A mint-condition original Merlin card sold for 8,700 galleons at the 2010 conference, setting a new record. The educational impact of Chocolate Frog cards cannot be overstated. For many young witches and wizards, especially those from Muggle backgrounds, these cards provide their first introduction to important historical figures and magical achievements. Educational researchers have documented how card collectors typically score higher on history examinations, with Professor Bathilda babbling of Hogwarts, noting that students often remember details from cards more readily than from textbooks, demonstrating the power of combining education with collection-driven motivation. Some teachers have formally incorporated the cards into their curriculum. Professor Binns, despite his generally outdated teaching methods, has been known to offer bonus points to students who can connect his lectures to specific Chocolate Frog cards. Madam Pince, while generally disapproving of food-related items in her library, maintains a reference collection of card biographies for students needing quick historical facts. This unofficial educational role has helped the cards maintain their cultural status despite competition from newer magical entertainments. Counterfeiting has occasionally troubled the collecting community. The most sophisticated attempt occurred in 1976, when a disgruntled former Honeydukes employee produced nearly identical forgeries of several ultra-rare cards. These counterfeits might have gone undetected had the forger not made a crucial mistake with Cornelius Agrippa's birth date, listing it as 1486 rather than 1486, an error immediately spotted by serious collectors. Modern cards now incorporate advanced anti-forgery enchantments, including microscopic animated runes visible only under specific detection spells and portrait figures that can verify their own authenticity when asked the correct verification question. The international expansion of Chocolate Frog cards has created fascinating regional variations. American cards, distributed by Sweetwater Confections since 1926, feature more politicians and sports figures than their British counterparts. Japanese magical cards include detailed artistic backgrounds that change seasonally, while Russian editions are known for their particularly expressive portrait animations. These international variations have created a secondary collecting market of foreign editions, with enthusiasts seeking parallel versions of their favorite figures from different countries. The cultural significance of certain cards has transcended their collectible status. When Albus Dumbledore's card mentioned his work on Dragon's Blood with Nicholas Flamel, it provided Harry Potter with a crucial clue in preventing the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Similarly, the Helga Hufflepuff card's mention of her golden cup eventually helped identify one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. These instances of cards containing information vital to major historical events have added another layer of mystique to the collection. Beyond their historical and collectible value, the cards have occasionally served more practical purposes. During the Second Wizarding War, members of the Order of the Phoenix reportedly used specific card combinations as authentication tokens when meeting informants. The cards' ubiquity made them ideal for such purposes. Carrying Chocolate Frog cards would never seem suspicious, unlike more obvious security items. This practice reportedly originated with Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, whose paranoia inspired numerous such security innovations. Some of the most valuable cards are those with printing errors or enchantment quirks. The 1972 Mirabella Plunkett card, where a temporary enchantment failure caused her to transform into a haddock and swim off the edge of the card, sometimes never to return, is particularly prized. Similarly, a small batch of 1940s Fulbert the Fearful cards were mistakenly enchanted with excessive timidity, causing the portrait to hide behind the card's frame whenever viewed, visible only as a trembling pair of eyes peeking out. These error cards can command prices 10 times higher than their correctly produced counterparts. The relationship between living subjects and their cards adds another fascinating dimension to the collection. Albus Dumbledore famously remarked that he didn't care what they wrote about him on his card, as long as they didn't remove his claim to fame of discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Other living subjects have been more particular. Tilden Toots, the herbologist, reportedly demanded 6 different photographic sessions before approving his portrait, wanting to be shown with his most impressive flowering plants. For deceased historical figures, their representation on chocolate frog cards often shapes public perception more powerfully than scholarly biographies or even their actual achievements. The card portrait of Merlin, showing him as elderly with a flowing white beard, despite historical evidence suggesting he lived only to middle age with dark hair, has become the definitive image in popular culture. Similarly, the simplified card biography of Wendelin the Weird, emphasizing her enjoyment of being burned at the stake, has overshadowed her significant contributions to early transfiguration theory. The most dedicated collectors develop almost preternatural awareness of subtle differences between card printings, minor variations in color saturation, the pattern of animation movements, or even the weight of the cardstock can help experts identify exactly when a card was produced. This expertise has created a secondary profession of card authentication, with certain well-respected collectors being regularly consulted before major purchases or when particularly valuable cards change hands. As we conclude our exploration of this rich collecting tradition, imagine a young witch or wizard today, perhaps sitting in the Hogwarts Express as it speeds towards school, carefully opening a fresh chocolate frog. The anticipation as the packaging is removed, the momentary distraction of catching the jumping chocolate, and then the discovery of which historical figure will join their collection. This experience connects them to generations of young magic users who have felt that same mixture of excitement and curiosity. As you drift towards sleep, consider this: which historical figures from your own world would you most treasure finding in your collection? And what fragments of wisdom might their pocket-sized biographies preserve for future generations to discover? Chapter 10. The History of the Triwizard Tournament. Ancient torches cast flickering shadows across stone walls adorned with faded banners bearing the crests of Europe's most prestigious magical institutions. In the corners of the wizarding world where tradition holds sway over innovation, certain competitions have transcended mere sport to become legendary tests of magical prowess, courage, and cunning. Among these, none has inspired such awe, ambition, and occasionally horror as the Triwizard Tournament, a contest whose history is written in both glory and blood. The origins of the Triwizard Tournament reach back to 1294, a time when magical education in Europe had become formalized through the establishment of 3 premier institutions: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Scotland, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France, and the Durmstrang Institute in the far north. These schools, while sharing a common purpose in training young witches and wizards, developed distinctly different approaches to magical education, emphasizing different branches of magic and philosophical approaches to its use. Imagine the medieval magical world, where travel between distant regions remained difficult and dangerous, even for accomplished wizards. Communication between magical communities existed, but was limited, leading to isolation and, inevitably, rivalry. Each school believed its approach to magical education superior, with headmasters exchanging increasingly pointed letters, debating pedagogical philosophies and the relative merits of their graduates' accomplishments. This scholarly competition might have remained confined to academic circles had it not been for a visionary proposal from Hogwarts' then headmaster, Burdock Muldoon. In a letter preserved in the Hogwarts archives, Muldoon suggested a grand tournament to decide through direct demonstration which institution best prepares its charges for the challenges of a magical life. His proposal found eager acceptance from his counterparts at Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, both confident in their champions' abilities to secure victory and the accompanying prestige. The first Triwizard Tournament was hosted at Hogwarts in the autumn of 1294. Historical accounts describe an affair far less regulated than modern iterations, with each headmaster personally selecting their school's champion through methods kept secret from the other institutions. The tasks, designed collaboratively by all three schools, emphasized different magical disciplines, complex transfiguration, defensive magic against dark creatures, and magical problem-solving under extreme pressure. That inaugural tournament established several traditions that would continue for centuries. The champions gathered in a ceremonial commencement where they presented their wands for examination, a ritual acknowledging that despite their different backgrounds, all shared the fundamental tool of wizardry. At the conclusion, the victor received a silver trophy and a purse of gold, along with a reputation that typically ensured prestigious employment upon graduation. The tournament rotated between the three schools, each hosting once every 3 years. This rotation allowed each institution to showcase its unique character and magical specialties. Beauxbatons' tasks often incorporated elements of the school's strengths in charms and magical artistry, while Durmstrang challenges frequently tested resilience against harsh elemental conditions. Hogwarts tasks typically emphasized practical problem-solving and magical creatures, reflecting the school's balanced curriculum. Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, the tournament evolved from a relatively straightforward competition into an elaborate spectacle, attracting attention from magical communities across Europe. Wizarding families traveled great distances to witness the events, making each tournament a significant social occasion where international connections were forged through shared appreciation of magical excellence. These gatherings facilitated diplomatic relations, trade agreements, and occasionally marriages between prominent wizarding families from different nations. The tasks themselves grew increasingly elaborate and challenging as each host school sought to outdo its predecessors. The 1473 tournament at Durmstrang featured a task requiring champions to retrieve a golden key from a cavern beneath a frozen lake populated by hostile water demons. At Beauxbatons in 1485, champions navigated an enchanted labyrinth that constantly rearranged itself according to the champion's deepest fears, testing psychological resilience alongside magical ability. Perhaps the most notorious early tournament occurred at Hogwarts in 1511, where the final task required champions to subdue a chimera, a decision later recognized as dangerously misjudging the creature's ferocity. The Beauxbatons champion suffered severe injuries requiring months of recovery, while the Hogwarts champion only narrowly avoided death through quick wandwork and exceptional transfiguration skills. This incident prompted the first serious reconsideration of safety standards, resulting in stricter guidelines about permissible challenges. Despite these reforms, the tournament maintained its reputation for danger. Historical records document numerous serious injuries and, tragically, occasional fatalities among champions who miscalculated risks or encountered unexpected magical complications. The most comprehensive historical study, Glory and Graves, A Complete History of the Triwizard Tournament by historian Bathilda Bagshot, documents 27 champion deaths between 1294 and 1792. A sobering statistic that would eventually contribute to the competition's temporary discontinuation. Not all historical tournaments ended in tragedy, however. Many produced champions whose accomplishments became legendary in wizarding lore. Elfrida Clegg, Hogwarts champion in 1532, completed the final task despite a broken wand, demonstrating exceptional wandless magic abilities that later contributed to her distinguished career in the Wizards' Council. Leo Korseniowski of Durmstrang, champion in 1617, developed a revolutionary shield charm under tournament pressure that later became standard in defensive magic curriculum worldwide. The tournament's influence extended beyond the participating schools. Smaller magical academies throughout Europe began hosting their own versions of the competition, adapting the format for younger students with appropriately scaled challenges. The Tri-Wizard model inspired various magical competitions globally, including the Pan-American Magical Championship established in 1760 and the Australasian Wizarding Tournament, first held in 1788. Perhaps the most significant diplomatic impact of the tournament came through its role in establishing international standards for magical education. As schools observed their competitors' champions, educators gained insight into different teaching methodologies and curricular strengths. This cross-pollination of educational approaches gradually led to more standardized core competencies across European magical institutions, while still preserving each school's unique character and specialties. The tournament's rules evolved significantly over centuries of competition. Early iterations featured few regulations beyond prohibitions against champion substitution and outside assistance during tasks. By the 16th century, comprehensive rulebooks governed everything from task design parameters to acceptable enchantments on champions' equipment. The International Confederation of Wizards established oversight in 1663, appointing neutral judges to complement the traditional panel of headmasters to address concerns about favoritism. One particularly controversial rule change occurred in 1582, when the minimum age for champions was raised from 15 to 17 years after a particularly devastating tournament where all three champions, exceptionally talented but young and inexperienced, suffered serious magical injuries. This age restriction remained one of the few constants in tournament regulations thereafter, reflecting the magical community's recognition that even prodigious magical talent requires maturity to manage the tournament's extreme challenges. The aspect of the tournament that remained most resistant to regulation was the Goblet of Fire itself. This ancient magical artifact, whose origins remain obscure even to magical historians, became the standard method for selecting champions by the early 1500s. The goblet's impartial judgment, evaluating candidates based on courage, magical ability, and worthiness rather than school politics, was considered superior to headmaster selection, which had occasionally been influenced by factors beyond merit. Picture the goblet in its early use, a roughly hewn wooden cup emanating blue flames, placed upon a simple pedestal in the great hall of whichever school hosted that year's tournament. Prospective champions would approach under torchlight, dropping parchment bearing their names into the dancing flames, while their peers watched in respectful silence. The ritual of selection, conducted after the flames turned red and ejected the chosen names, carried ceremonial weight that underscored the tournament's significance. The tournament tradition continued mostly uninterrupted until the disastrous competition of 1792, famously known as the cockatrice catastrophe. During the final task, a cockatrice being used as part of the challenge broke free from its handlers and rampaged through the spectator area. All three headmasters sustained injuries while protecting students, and several spectators suffered serious wounds before the creature was subdued. This incident, following decades of growing safety concerns, led to the tournament's indefinite suspension. For over 2 centuries, the Tri-Wizard tournament existed only in historical accounts and occasional academic discussions about whether its educational and diplomatic benefits outweighed its dangers. Proposals to reinstate the competition emerged periodically, but gained little traction until the late 20th century, when improved magical safety measures and international cooperation created conditions for reconsideration. The successful revival in 1994 represented years of careful diplomatic negotiation and safety planning. The Department of International Magical Cooperation, led by Bartemius Crouch Sr., worked with counterparts from participating nations to establish unprecedented safety protocols. Age restrictions were strictly enforced through an age line created by Albus Dumbledore himself. Tasks were designed with multiple safety contingencies, and magical medical personnel stood ready throughout each challenge. Despite these precautions, the revived tournament demonstrated that even the most carefully managed magical competition carries inherent risks. The unexpected entry of a fourth champion, Harry Potter, highlighted vulnerabilities in even the most ancient magical safeguards when confronted with sufficiently determined interference. The tragic conclusion, with Cedric Diggory's death occurring not within a tournament task, but through the competition's exploitation by Lord Voldemort, served as a somber reminder of how magical traditions can be subverted for dark purposes. Beyond the modern tournaments so familiar to us through recent events, certain historical competitions stand out for their particular significance or unusual circumstances. The tournament of 1708, hosted at Beauxbatons, became known as the Champions' Rebellion when all three selected competitors refused to participate in the second task, which they unanimously considered too dangerous. This unprecedented alliance across school lines forced a redesign of the challenge and established the precedent that champions could collectively negotiate task parameters if they identified legitimate safety concerns. Another notable competition occurred during the tournament of 1684 at Durmstrang, when the Hogwarts champion withdrew after the first task due to a family emergency. Rather than proceeding with only 2 champions, the Goblet of Fire was remarkably reactivated to select a replacement, the only documented case of a champion substitution in tournament history. Magical researchers have never satisfactorily explained how this exception to the Goblet's usual binding contract was achieved, and some speculate that unique circumstances surrounding the original champion's withdrawal may have created a magical loophole. The tournament's history also includes instances of unexpected cooperation between rivals. During the second task of the 1554 tournament at Hogwarts, the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons champions found themselves trapped together in a magically collapsing cavern. Rather than competing individually, they combined their magical abilities to escape, with judges ultimately awarding equal points to both for demonstrating that wisdom sometimes means prioritizing survival over competition. This incident inspired the tournament motto later inscribed on the Triwizard Cup: Aeternam Gloriam Societate, eternal glory through fellowship. The spectator experience of historical tournaments varied dramatically across eras. Early competitions were witnessed only by students and staff of the host school, with results communicated to other institutions via owl post. By the 16th century, expanded viewing areas accommodated visiting delegations and distinguished guests from magical governments. The 1664 tournament at Beauxbatons pioneered magical viewing enhancements, with spelled crystals projecting magnified images of distant champions to the audience, an innovation that transformed spectator access to remote or underwater tasks. Famous historical champions include names familiar to any student of magical history: Artemisia Lufkin, who would later become the first female minister for magic, represented Hogwarts in the tournament of 1706, demonstrating administrative brilliance in the final task, involving the coordination of various magical creatures toward a common goal. Joseph Wronski, whose name would later be given to the dangerous seeker feint in Quidditch, won as Durmstrang's champion in 1765 through exceptional flying skills incorporated into multiple tasks. Not all champions achieved their victories through conventional magical excellence. Beauxbatons champion Lisette Lapointe, 1632, compensated for average spellcasting ability with remarkable strategic thinking, consistently anticipating task challenges and preparing specialized solutions in advance. Durmstrang's Victor Krum continued this tradition of strategic competition in the modern tournament, leveraging his specific strengths while minimizing exposure to his weaknesses, an approach that has characterized many successful champions throughout history. The tournament's influence extended beyond the champions themselves to impact wider magical culture. Wizarding fashion trends often emerged from tournament spectacles, with the distinctive uniform styles of visiting schools inspiring local adaptations. Culinary traditions crossed borders as visiting delegations introduced their national magical cuisines to host schools. Even magical research benefited, as the exceptional magic displayed during competitions frequently inspired subsequent academic investigation, with several key magical breakthroughs tracing their origins to techniques first demonstrated under tournament pressure. Between tournaments, the Triwizard Cup traveled with ceremonial significance. Traditionally, it resided at the school of the most recent champion until the next competition began. During this period, the cup was typically displayed prominently, often in a specially designed case that highlighted the names of past champions engraved around its base. When a new tournament approached, the cup would be transported to the host school through elaborate ceremonial procession, sometimes taking days as it passed through significant wizarding communities, where citizens could view this symbol of magical cooperation and excellence. The modern revival maintained many historical traditions while adapting others to contemporary standards. The champion's selection, entrance, and wand-weighing ceremonies preserved ancient forms that connected participants to centuries of predecessors. The core concept of 3 tasks testing different aspects of magical ability remained intact, though with substantially enhanced safety measures. Perhaps most significantly, the fundamental purpose promoting international magical cooperation through shared celebration of excellence continued to animate the competition, even as its execution evolved. As our exploration of the tournament's rich history draws to a close, we might reflect on what this tradition reveals about wizarding values across centuries. Despite changing tasks, rules, and safety standards, the qualities celebrated have remained remarkably consistent: magical versatility, courage under pressure, quick thinking, and ultimately, the wisdom to recognize when competition should yield to cooperation. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. If you stood before the goblet of fire, what qualities might it recognize in you that would cause your name to emerge from those ancient flames? And what challenges would prove most revealing of your true character and magical ability? Chapter 11. The writings of Bathilda Bagshot. Dust motes dance in shafts of golden light streaming through ancient library windows, illuminating weathered leather bindings and yellowed parchment pages filled with the elegant script of wizarding history's most influential chronicler. Few names resonate through the halls of magical education with as much scholarly weight as Bathilda Bagshot, whose quill shaped how generations of witches and wizards understand their past. Tonight we shall explore the remarkable life and monumental works of this historian, whose words have educated, enlightened, and occasionally concealed the complex tapestry of magical history. Born in 1881, to a modestly prominent wizarding family in Yorkshire, young Bathilda displayed an extraordinary memory and insatiable curiosity about the past. Family anecdotes, preserved in her private papers now housed in the historical archives at the Ministry of Magic, tell of a child who preferred ancient family genealogies and historical accounts to the typical magical children's stories. By age 9, she had reportedly memorized the complete lineage of noble wizarding houses and could recite the succession of Wizengamot chief warlocks dating back 3 centuries. Imagine Bathilda as a young Hogwarts student, sorted into Ravenclaw House where her intellectual gifts flourished. Her school records reveal consistent excellence in history of magic, but also notable achievements in ancient runes and arithmancy, subjects that would later prove invaluable in deciphering historical magical texts. Professor Cuthbert Binns, already teaching as a living instructor before his later ghostly tenure, noted in her 5th-year evaluation, Miss Bagshot possesses that rarest quality in historical study, the ability to perceive the connections between seemingly disparate events and weave them into coherent narrative. Upon graduating with top honors in 1899, Bathilda immediately pursued further historical studies, becoming one of the first witches accepted into the prestigious Magical Historical Society. This organization, traditionally dominated by elderly wizards, initially viewed the young, outspoken witch with skepticism. However, her first scholarly article, Reconsidering the Goblin Rebellion's Economic Motivations Beyond Gold, published in 1901, demonstrated such thorough research and insightful analysis that even her most doubtful colleagues were forced to acknowledge her exceptional talent. Bathilda's early career focused primarily on medieval magical history, with special emphasis on the development of formal magical education. Her research took her across Europe, examining ancient scrolls in Paris, deciphering runic tablets in Uppsala, and studying architectural enchantments at Durmstrang. These journeys provided the foundation for what would eventually become her comprehensive understanding of European magical development, allowing her to identify patterns and connections across national boundaries that previous, more parochial historians had missed. The pivotal moment in Bathilda's career came in 1905, when she settled in Godric's Hollow, drawn by the village's rich magical history as the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor and home to many significant magical events. Her cottage on the outskirts of the village became both home and research headquarters, its rooms gradually filling with books, scrolls, and historical artifacts collected during her travels. This location also placed her in proximity to other notable wizarding families, including the Dumbledores, creating connections that would later provide her unique insights into some of the most significant figures of modern wizarding history. Picture Bathilda's study during these productive years: walls lined with overflowing bookshelves, a massive oak desk covered with parchment and quills, magical lamps providing steady light for late-night writing sessions, and perhaps a cat or two curled among the research materials. Here, surrounded by history both written and living, she began the monumental work that would establish her reputation as the preeminent magical historian of her generation. A History of Magic, Bathilda's magnum opus, was published in 1927, after nearly 15 years of research and writing. The comprehensive single-volume history traced magical development from ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian practices through the establishment of modern wizarding institutions. Unlike previous historical works that focused primarily on goblin rebellions and giant wars, Bathilda's text balanced magical conflicts with cultural, social, and intellectual developments, presenting a more nuanced understanding of how magical society evolved. The book's immediate success stemmed from its remarkable accessibility. While maintaining scholarly rigor, Bathilda wrote in clear, engaging prose that made complex historical developments comprehensible to the average reader. She incorporated illuminating anecdotes and primary source quotations that breathed life into historical figures, transforming them from distant names to real people with motivations, flaws, and accomplishments readers could understand and relate to. A History of Magic quickly became the standard historical text at Hogwarts and other European wizarding schools. Generations of students have since carried the distinctive red leather-bound volume, its gilt-edged pages containing the foundation of their historical education. The famous opening line, "The evolution of magic from undisciplined natural occurrence to refined, wand-focused practice," represents perhaps mankind's greatest achievement, has been memorized by countless students preparing for their History of Magic examinations. While most celebrated for this cornerstone text, Bathilda's scholarly output extended far beyond a single volume. Her specialized monographs explored narrower historical subjects in greater depth, including the Founder's Four, Personality and Pedagogy in Hogwarts Creation, 1918, Wand Evolution, From Staff to Stick, 1932, and Magic in the Shadows. A History of the Department of Mysteries, 1945. This last work particularly notable for navigating the delicate balance between historical documentation and necessary secrecy surrounding the department's activities. Bathilda's approach to historical research set new standards for magical scholarship. She insisted on consulting primary sources whenever possible, often traveling great distances to examine original documents, rather than relying on copies or previous historians' interpretations. Her ability to read ancient magical languages, including early runic, middle gobbledygook, and classical Mermish, allowed her access to sources previously untranslatable or misunderstood by historians with more limited linguistic skills. Her methodological innovations extended to interviewing techniques as well. Recognizing the value of living memory, Bathilda conducted extensive interviews with elderly witches and wizards, preserving oral histories that might otherwise have been lost. She pioneered the careful use of pensieve memories as historical sources, developing protocols for evaluating memory reliability and cross-referencing subjective recollections with documented facts. These methods, now standard practice among magical historians, represented revolutionary approaches in her time. Despite her meticulous research methods, Bathilda's writings were not without controversy. Her chapter on the International Statute of Secrecy in a History of Magic drew criticism from traditionalist magical families for suggesting that separation from Muggles represented a necessary compromise rather than natural order. More pointed criticism came from Goblin scholars, who argued that her treatment of Goblin rebellions, while more nuanced than previous wizarding accounts, still contained subtle biases favoring wizard perspective over Goblin grievances. Perhaps the most significant criticism of Bathilda's historical work emerged decades after publication, when scholars noted conspicuous omissions regarding certain events she had witnessed personally. Her coverage of Albus Dumbledore's early life and the tragic events surrounding Ariana Dumbledore's death remained curiously minimal, despite Bathilda's residence in Godric's Hollow during this period. Similarly, her account of Gellert Grindelwald's rise omitted any mention of his stay in Godric's Hollow and connection to the Dumbledore family. These selective silences raise fascinating questions about historical objectivity and personal loyalty. As a historian, Bathilda understood the significance of these events she witnessed. As a neighbor and friend to the families involved, she appears to have chosen discretion over comprehensive documentation. This tension between historical truth and personal ethics reveals the human dimension behind even the most scholarly historical texts, a dimension easily forgotten when students encounter these works as established, authoritative volumes. Beyond her major historical works, Bathilda contributed regularly to Historical Quarterly, the premier academic journal of magical history. Her review essays evaluating other historians' work gained particular renown for their incisive analysis and occasionally biting criticism. Young historians were known to tremble at the prospect of Bathilda reviewing their first books, as her standards for evidence and argumentation remained unfailingly high throughout her career. However, when she identified promising scholarship, her endorsement could establish a historian's reputation overnight. Bathilda's influence extended beyond published works to direct mentorship. From the 1930s onward, she regularly hosted young historical researchers at her Godric's Hollow home, providing guidance, access to her personal library, and invaluable introductions to sources and subjects. Many of the next generation's most significant magical historians began their careers under her tutelage, creating an intellectual lineage that continues to shape historical scholarship today. Her contribution to chocolate frog cards represented an unexpected but significant aspect of her historical influence. When Claudius Honeyduke approached her in 1926 to write the biographical notes for the initial card series, Bathilda recognized an opportunity to introduce historical knowledge to children in an engaging format. For over 30 years, she personally wrote or approved every biographical sketch, carefully balancing accuracy with engaging brevity. This project, which might have seemed trivial to some scholars, demonstrated her commitment to making history accessible to the widest possible audience. As Bathilda aged, her writing pace slowed, but her scholarship remained sharp. Her final major work, Modern Magical History 1850 to 1945, published when she was 91, demonstrated remarkable clarity in analyzing complex recent events, including Grindelwald's reign of terror and defeat. The book's epilogue, reflecting on how current events would be viewed by future historians, revealed her deep understanding of historical perspective and the provisional nature of contemporary judgment. Bathilda's later years were spent primarily in Godric's Hollow, where she became something of a local institution. Visitors to the village often sought her out, hoping for impromptu historical lectures or personal anecdotes about famous residents she had known. While she gradually withdrew from public scholarly engagement, she maintained correspondence with historians worldwide, her letters filled with insightful commentary on current historical debates and gentle corrections to misinterpretations of her work. Her home became increasingly crowded with books, papers, and magical artifacts, the accumulated research materials of a lifetime spent documenting magical history. Visitors described navigating narrow pathways between towering book stacks, some volumes so ancient they required specialized preservation charms. Despite appearances of disorganization, Bathilda could reportedly locate any specific reference within minutes, navigating her personal archive with remarkable precision. The reliability of Bathilda's work has been subject to renewed scrutiny following posthumous revelations about her great-nephew's identity. When Rita Skeeter revealed in The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore that Gellert Grindelwald was Bathilda's great-nephew who had stayed with her in Godric's Hollow, historians began questioning what other significant information she might have omitted from her historical accounts. This connection also explained her conspicuous silence regarding Grindelwald's early activities and relationship with Dumbledore. This revelation has sparked important discussions about historical methodology in the wizarding world. Modern magical historians now explicitly acknowledge that even the most respected historical texts should be read with awareness of their author's potential biases, limitations, and personal connections. Rather than diminishing Bathilda's contributions, this recognition has added depth to historical study, encouraging students to compare multiple sources and consider what might be missing from even canonical accounts. In her final years, Bathilda's legendary memory began to fade. Neighbors in Godric's Hollow reported increasingly erratic behavior as she entered her 130s, sometimes confusing present and past, occasionally believing herself to be living in earlier historical periods she had so thoroughly studied. This decline created the vulnerable situation that Voldemort would ultimately exploit in his search for information about the Elder Wand, leading to her tragic death around Christmas of 1997. Despite this sad end, Bathilda Bagshot's legacy remains secure in the countless witches and wizards whose understanding of their magical heritage was shaped by her words. Each student who opens a history of magic encounters not merely historical facts, but a particular vision of magical development, one that values intellectual achievement alongside magical power, that sees cooperation between magical peoples as progress rather than compromise, and that places current events within the context of centuries of magical evolution. Her writing style, clear and accessible yet never condescending, established a standard for magical historical writing that subsequent historians strive to emulate. The Bathilda Bagshot Award for Excellence in Historical Writing, established by the Magical Historical Society in 1991, recognizes works that successfully balance scholarly rigor with engaging narrative, the quality that made Bathilda's own writing so enduringly influential. Perhaps most significantly, Bathilda transformed magical history from a subject dominated by goblin rebellions and giant wars to a rich tapestry encompassing cultural, intellectual, and social developments. By broadening the scope of what constituted significant historical events, she created space for understanding how ordinary witches and wizards, not just famous magical figures, shaped the development of magical society through their daily practices, beliefs, and innovations. As our exploration of Bathilda Bagshot's remarkable contributions draws to a close, we might reflect on how profoundly one scholar's perspective can shape a society's understanding of itself. Through her careful research, elegant prose, and occasional strategic silences, Bathilda crafted the historical narrative that continues to inform how the wizarding world views its own development. As you drift toward sleep, consider this: which aspects of our own history might appear differently if viewed through alternative perspectives, and what stories remain untold in even our most comprehensive historical accounts. Chapter 12. The Brewing of Wolf's Bane Potion. Tendrils of silver vapor rise from a gently simmering cauldron, their delicate spirals catching the light of a waning moon. The air hangs heavy with the bitter scent of aconite and the earthier tones of silver-infused ingredients. In the shadowed corners of advanced potion-making, Few concoctions have transformed lives as profoundly as the Wolf's Bane potion, a remarkable brew that offers those afflicted with lycanthropy the precious gift of maintaining their human mind during transformation. Tonight, we shall explore the creation, complexity, and profound impact of this revolutionary magical development. The story of Wolf's Bane potion begins not with its successful creation, but with centuries of failed attempts to alleviate the suffering of werewolves. Medieval potioneers experimented with various preparations of silver, believing the metal's known harmful effect on transformed werewolves might somehow prevent or modify transformation if properly prepared and ingested beforehand. These crude remedies typically resulted in severe illness without affecting the transformation itself, sometimes proving fatal to the very werewolves they intended to help. By the 16th century, more sophisticated approaches emerged. German potions master Friedrich Belcher developed a concoction using powdered moonstone and dittany that somewhat reduced the physical pain of transformation, though it did nothing to preserve the human consciousness. His contemporary, Italian healer Chiara Lobosca, created a brew using aconite, also known as monkshood or wolfsbane, that temporarily dulled a transformed werewolf's predatory instincts, though the reduction in aggression came at the cost of extreme lethargy and reduced cognitive function in human form for days afterward. These early attempts, while unsuccessful in their primary goals, established important principles that later research would build upon. Most significantly, they identified 3 potential approaches to addressing lycanthropy through potions: preventing physical transformation entirely, preserving human consciousness during transformation, or suppressing the werewolf's dangerous behaviors while transformed. Of these, the second path would ultimately prove most fruitful, though this breakthrough remained centuries away. Imagine a dimly lit laboratory in London during the summer of 1970, where a brilliant young potioneer named Damocles Belby hunches over ancient texts on lycanthropy. Belby's interest in the condition was deeply personal. Historical accounts suggest his own uncle suffered from lycanthropy, providing both motivation and a potential test subject for his experimental remedies. Unlike many of his predecessors who approached the problem as primarily a physical affliction, Belby conceptualized lycanthropy as a condition affecting the mind as much as the body. Belby's innovation came through recognizing the fundamental magical nature of the werewolf transformation, rather than trying to prevent the physical change, which would require counteracting powerfully ancient magic beyond most modern capabilities. He focused instead on preserving the human consciousness throughout the transformation process. His early journal notes, preserved in the archives of the most extraordinary society of potioneers, reveal a stunning insight. The werewolf mind does not vanish during transformation, but is rather suppressed beneath the lupine consciousness. If this suppression could be reversed, the human might remain aware despite physical change. The development process spanned nearly 7 years of intensive experimentation. Belby began with the traditional wolfsbane base that previous potioneers had employed, but substantially modified its preparation. In traditional potions, aconite was typically harvested at any point during the plant's growth cycle and processed immediately. Belby discovered that aconite collected specifically during the dark of the moon, then dried for precisely 29 days. One complete lunar cycle exhibited substantially different magical properties that more effectively interacted with lycanthropic magic. To this carefully prepared aconite foundation, Belby added ingredients previously unused in werewolf remedies. Powdered silver, long considered effective only as a weapon against transformed werewolves, was incorporated in minute quantities, not enough to harm the werewolf, but sufficient to establish a magical resonance with the condition itself. Similarly, essence of moonstone, traditionally used in mind-clearing potions, was added to support mental clarity during transformation. The brewing process itself represented an extraordinary challenge. Even today, with refined techniques and better equipment, wolfsbane potion remains among the most complex potions in existence. The initial mixture must be prepared during the waxing moon phase, with specific ingredients added at precise points corresponding to the moon's position. The silver cauldron, pure silver being the only suitable material, must be maintained at temperatures that fluctuate according to a complex schedule, never varying by more than half a degree from the specified requirement. Picture Belby during this development phase, working through the night as moonlight streams through his laboratory window, measuring ingredients with jeweler's precision, stirring with exact counts in alternating directions, and monitoring temperature with specialized magical thermometers of his own design. The potion requires nearly constant attention throughout its brewing cycle, with certain phases demanding the brewer remain awake for over 30 hours continuously to maintain the perfect brewing conditions. The most challenging aspect involves the integration of the powdered silver, which naturally resists combining with the aconite base. This step requires not just technical skill but significant magical power, as the brewer must maintain a complex charm while simultaneously stirring in a precise pattern. Modern potioneers describe this phase as comparable to casting a full corporeal Patronus in terms of magical exertion, explaining why even experienced brewers find this potion particularly draining to produce. After years of refinement, Belby achieved his breakthrough in 1977 with a formulation that successfully preserved human consciousness through transformation. The first documented successful test involved a 42-year-old werewolf who had been afflicted for over 20 years. Historical records describe the transformational moment. The subject changed physically into wolf form as the full moon rose, but instead of the usual mindless aggression, curled up calmly on the floor, eyes reflecting human awareness and recognition of those present. When returned to human form at dawn, he reported complete memory of the night's events, an unprecedented outcome in lycanthropy treatment. News of this success spread rapidly through magical medical circles, though the complexity of the potion meant implementation lagged behind awareness. Belby published his formula and brewing technique in the prestigious Practical Potioneer Journal in early 1978, generously declining to patent the process, despite its obvious value. This decision reflected his humanitarian concern that patent restrictions might limit accessibility for those suffering from lycanthropy, many of whom already faced significant financial challenges due to employment discrimination. The complete Wolfsbane regimen requires the potion be consumed daily for the 7 days preceding the full moon, with the final dose taken directly before transformation. Each dose must be consumed while fresh, as the potion's efficacy begins degrading immediately upon completion of the brewing process. This requirement creates significant logistical challenges, as the potion cannot be mass-produced and stored like simpler medicinal brews. The composition of Wolfsbane potion includes ingredients that are not only expensive, but difficult to source properly. The aconite must be of exceptional quality, grown in specific soil conditions, preferably under natural moonlight, rather than in artificially lit greenhouses. The moonstone must be powdered during the full moon itself to retain its potency. The silver must be goblin smelted to the highest purity standards. Each of these requirements adds to both the cost and complexity of gathering necessary components. Beyond ingredients, the specialized equipment required for brewing presents another barrier to production. The silver cauldron must be of exceptional quality, free from any impurities that might react unpredictably with the potion's volatile components. Specialized stirring rods, calibrated to the brewer's magical signature, help maintain the precise magical resonance required throughout the brewing process. Temperature regulation charms of unusual precision must be maintained consistently, requiring either advanced magical skill or costly, enchanted equipment. These factors combine to make Wolfsbane potion inaccessible to many werewolves, despite its life-changing potential. The brewing complexity means few potioneers can successfully produce it, while those who can must charge substantial fees to offset ingredient costs and compensate for the intensive labor involved. Mungo's Hospital maintains a Wolfsbane program that provides the potion at reduced cost to registered werewolves, but limited production capacity means waiting lists often extend to years. The potion itself possesses distinctive characteristics that make substitution or tampering immediately apparent. Its color shifts through phases during brewing, beginning with a deep purple when the aconite is first added, progressing through midnight blue during the silver integration phase, and finally settling into a shimmering silver blue when complete. The surface exhibits distinctive spiral patterns that rotate clockwise under the light of a waxing moon and counterclockwise under a waning moon, a property that allows knowledgeable werewolves to verify the potion's authenticity before consuming it. Perhaps the potion's most notorious characteristic is its taste, described variously as indescribably bitter, like drinking liquid silver fire, and the essence of revulsion distilled into liquid form. No method has been found to improve this taste without compromising efficacy. Adding sweeteners or flavor-masking agents interferes with the precise magical balance. This unpleasant sensory experience becomes a monthly ritual for werewolves using the treatment, a bitter prelude to the transformation they will experience with their minds intact. The experience of transformation under wolfsbane differs dramatically from untreated lycanthropy. Remus Lupin, one of the most well-documented cases of long-term wolfsbane usage, described the difference as remaining myself while wearing a wolf's body, rather than becoming a wolf entirely. The physical pain of transformation remains undiminished. Bones still break and reform, skin still stretches and sprouts fur. But the psychological terror of losing oneself to the wolf's mind is eliminated. Transformed werewolves under wolfsbane influence typically exhibit behavior more resembling a normal wolf than the aggressive predator characteristic of untreated lycanthropy. They retain human problem-solving abilities and recognition of familiar individuals. Most choose to curl up and sleep through much of their transformation, rather than prowling actively, though they remain capable of wolf-like movement and retain enhanced senses, including superior night vision and acute hearing. The psychological benefits extend beyond the transformation night itself. Before wolfsbane, many werewolves experienced severe anxiety as the full moon approached, knowing they would soon lose themselves completely to the wolf's consciousness and potentially harm others. The assurance of maintaining mental control significantly reduces this pre-transformation anxiety, allowing for better functioning throughout the month, rather than a cycle of dread and recovery surrounding each full moon. Despite its revolutionary impact, wolfsbane potion has significant limitations. Most critically, it must be taken perfectly according to schedule. Missing even one dose in the 7-day regimen renders the entire treatment ineffective for that month's transformation. This unforgiving requirement proves particularly challenging for werewolves suffering memory problems, those without reliable calendars or scheduling tools, or those in unstable living situations that might disrupt their ability to take doses at the precise required times. Additionally, approximately 8% of werewolves experience adverse reactions to the potion, ranging from mild persistent headaches, nausea to severe silver poisoning, magical allergic responses. These individuals must carefully weigh the benefits of maintained consciousness against sometimes significant side effects. In rare cases, werewolves with particularly severe reactions may be unable to use wolfsbane at all, leaving them without access to its benefits regardless of availability or cost. Long-term studies of wolfsbane efficacy have revealed another limitation: for a small percentage of users, effectiveness gradually diminishes after years of regular usage. This tolerance phenomenon remains poorly understood, though leading magical researchers theorize it relates to the werewolf's magical nature slowly adapting to the potion's effects. Attempts to counteract this tolerance by increasing potency have proven dangerous, as the delicate balance of ingredients leaves little room for adjustment without creating toxic effects. Since Belby's breakthrough, several attempted modifications to the original formula have sought to address these limitations. Potions master Severus Snape reportedly developed a variation with slightly improved shelf stability, allowing the final dose to remain effective for up to 12 hours after brewing rather than requiring immediate consumption. This modification, while seemingly minor, significantly improved practical usability by allowing the critical pre-transformation dose to be prepared earlier in the day, rather than requiring last-minute brewing. Other experimental variations have attempted to reduce the prohibitive cost by substituting certain ingredients with more affordable alternatives. Most notably, Potions mistress Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus developed a version using standard-grade silver rather than goblin smelted, reducing material costs by nearly 30%. While slightly less reliable than the original formula, showing a 5% higher failure rate, this adaptation has made treatment accessible to some werewolves who could not otherwise afford it. The most ambitious modification attempts have sought to extend the potion's effects beyond a single transformation, allowing for less frequent brewing and dosing. Thus far, all such attempts have failed, typically resulting in either complete inefficacy or dangerous side effects. The fundamental magical principles underlying lycanthropy appear to require the fresh, precisely timed treatment approach of the original Wolfsbane regimen, resisting attempts at creating longer-lasting variants. Beyond its direct impact on werewolves, Wolfsbane potion has significantly influenced broader wizarding society's approach to lycanthropy, by demonstrating that werewolves could maintain human consciousness during transformation. The potion challenged long-standing prejudices regarding werewolves' inherent dangerousness. Educational material began emphasizing the distinction between untreated werewolves, who pose genuine danger during transformation, and those properly taking Wolfsbane who present minimal risk. This shift in perception contributed to policy reforms, including the Werewolf Employment Act of 1994, which provided limited protections against workplace discrimination for werewolves who could verify regular Wolfsbane usage. Similarly, educational institutions including Hogwarts revised their exclusionary policies, allowing werewolf students conditional enrollment, provided they maintained strict Wolfsbane compliance and utilized secure transformation accommodations. Damocles Belby received the Order of Merlin, First Class, for his development of Wolfsbane potion, a rare instance of this highest magical honor being awarded for a contribution to healing rather than heroism in conflict. His achievement exemplifies how magical innovation can address conditions previously considered untreatable, offering hope that other seemingly permanent magical afflictions might someday yield to persistent research and creative approaches. For werewolves themselves, the potion represents both miracle and ongoing challenge. As Remus Lupin once explained to Harry Potter, Wolfsbane makes lycanthropy merely terrible rather than the completely unbearable condition it once was. The monthly transformations remain physically agonizing, the potion remains difficult to access and unpleasant to consume, and societal prejudice persists despite improved understanding. Yet the preservation of human consciousness during what was once a period of complete loss of self represents an immeasurable improvement in quality of life. The most poignant aspect of Wolfsbane's impact may be the restored dignity it offers. Before this innovation, lycanthropy inevitably meant monthly loss of not just human form but human identity, becoming, however temporarily, the monster of folklore that wizarding society feared. Wolfsbane allows werewolves to experience their condition, not as a complete surrender to bestial nature, but as a physical transformation through which their essential humanity remains intact. This distinction, while subtle to outside observers, represents a profound difference in lived experience. As we conclude our exploration of this remarkable magical innovation, picture once more that silver-blue potion simmering in its cauldron, spirals of vapor rising like hope made visible. Within this complex brew lies not just sophisticated magical theory and precise ingredient interaction, but something more profound: the alchemical transformation of suffering into manageable condition, of monthly terror into inconvenient burden, of loss of self into continuity of consciousness. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. What aspects of our own lives might be transformed if we approached seemingly unchangeable circumstances with the same combination of innovative thinking, persistent experimentation, and compassionate purpose that brought Wolfsbane potion into being?